Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning. I call the meeting of the Arizona Board of Regents to order. Suzanne, would you please confirm we have a quorum?
Yes, Chamada, we have a quorum. Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This morning, we will convene an executive session for one, a review of assignments with A-Board Executive Director Chad Sampson. Second, legal advice and discussions regarding the board's contracts with the presidents and notice of appointment for the executive director, and for other items on the executive session agenda. At approximately 10:10 a.m., the public portion of the meeting will resume in room 130. At approximately 4:30, the board will reconvene in executive session in room 140 for the review of assignments with President Garimella. The board is expected to recess executive session at 5 p.m. today. On Friday morning, the board will reconvene in executive session at 9 a.m. in room 140 for review of assignments with the Enterprise Executive Committee with President Garimella and A-Board Executive Director Chad Sampson, and for other items on the agenda. Following the executive session on Friday, the board will adjourn its meeting. I move the board enter into executive session for the items on the executive session agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Any abstention? The motion carries. The board will now convene in executive session.
Good morning. I want to welcome everyone attending today's meeting. The meeting of the Arizona Board of Regents was called to order earlier this morning before convening in executive session. Today's public meeting is scheduled until 4:20 p.m. A link to the live stream of the public meeting is available on the board website under A-Board's Live or by going to YouTube and searching for A-Board News. Regent Zaragoza, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, of course. I pledge allegiance.
First of all, I would like to thank President Garimella and his outstanding team for hosting us today and for the warm hospitality. This is a beautiful building, President Garimella. We're looking forward to your presentation today and learning more about the significant contributions of U of A can deliver to our great state, as well as the opportunities ahead of the outstanding university. Wow, congratulations U of A baseball on an impressive season, including sweeping the Eugene Regional to reach the NCAA Super Regional for the first time under Coach Chip Hill. Please give them a big round of applause. Along with you, we're thrilled that U of A baseball is heading to the College World Series, and congratulations to you, Coach Chip Hill, and the entire team on this home run of a season. You have shown incredible grit and teamwork. We will be rooting as the team takes the field of Omaha. Go Cats and bear down.
Hey, bear down.
Our first item is called to the audience. If you have any materials for the regents, please give them to our board secretary, Suzanne Templin, sitting at the table to my left, and she will distribute them to the regents. Pursuant to board policy, time has been set aside for a call to the audience. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the entire board in public setting to express their views or concerns regarding matters of board governance. The board reserves the right to limit the number of presenters on any one topic. Regents do not respond to comments made during the call to the audience. However, we do hear your remarks, and we ask the appropriate person to follow up and provide us with information on any issues raised. When you are called to speak, please proceed to the lectern. To keep us on schedule, each speaker has no more than 2 minutes. As a courtesy, a timer is at the podium, and at the end of your 3 minutes, we ask that you conclude your remarks. Suzanne, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Charmada. Our first speaker is Mark Stegman, followed by Alex Sanchez.
I'll be editing these prepared remarks down to 2 minutes. It could be a sloppy process, I'm not sure. I'm here to commend you once again for the vision shown in your general education policy 2-210, which will strengthen general education at the University of Arizona. I do not teach in UA's program, but I have been part of its Gen Ed governance continuously for 15 years. That gives me a perspective that informs these remarks. As you know, the policies describing U of A's 32-unit Gen Ed curriculum have gaps relative to what your policy requires. Responsibility for those gaps lies mostly with persons outside of the current decision chain, which makes it easier to discuss the gaps and how to fix them. I chaired an ad hoc committee that met for nearly 2 years, in part to assess possible improvements in UA's Gen Ed program in both policy compliance and relative to programs at peer institutions. We conducted 2 extensive internal surveys, unlike anything done previously, issued 86 pages of formal reports to the Faculty Senate. That committee has expired, but several of its members, who are also faculty senators, will soon issue a formal letter and final report to the Faculty Senate, which will be copied to the Provost's office and include 25 to 30 recommendations. Those recommendations are the culmination of several years of analysis of more than 600 internal survey responses, study of Gen Ed programs at 50 peer institutions, student evaluation data, student enrollment data, feedback from faculty senators at a recent discussion session, and countless conversations over several years with persons from all across the main campus. I will skip the portion that summarizes some of those recommendations and just simply highlight the importance of civics, which you know will be a major implementation. Civics is a field ripe for University of Arizona to distinguish itself and gain national recognition for something that few other institutions have attempted. Your policy has opened the door to that opportunity, which responds to the national moment. Thank you.
Can we check the microphone? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Sanchez, followed by Melanie Bertrand.
Good morning to the board. My name is Alex Ray Sanchez, and I'm here today as an involved community member and as a concerned and disappointed alum. During my time at this university, I was deeply involved in the student communities that once thrived here. I helped elect the first and second Latino student body presidents. And when I was in student government myself, I worked directly with the very communities you've now shut down. I've seen firsthand how diversity and inclusion shape student success. The cultural resource centers help students find mentors, build friendships, and form lasting communities. Today, those spaces are being taken apart. Directors laid off, communities disrupted. And this isn't just about a few centers. It affects the entire university, hundreds of thousands of students. Cutting these programs and burying them under a single multicultural center does not save money. You're creating a new set of problems: higher dropout rates, mental health crises, and a deeper disconnect between the university and its students. At the state legality level, the board has a responsibility to make sure public universities serve all students fairly. That includes keeping programs that meet the unique needs of students from marginalized backgrounds. At the federal level, Title VI and Title IX protect students from discrimination. They also require that campuses be proactive and not passive when it comes to ensuring students feel safe, seen, and supported. So when the CRCs are quietly moved, their leadership cut from the decision-making, and students are left out of the conversation, that raises a real concern about whether this university is upholding its legal and moral duties. We need transparency, we need leadership, and we need action. So I'm asking you to take that action today. Fix what's been broken, restore the trust, and do what's right, not just legally, but morally. And to the students here today, even when institutions fail you, your community will not. We're here, we're with you, and we will keep showing up. Because when our education and our communities are under attack, we fight back. Thank you.
Melanie Bertrand, followed by Nikki Rains.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Melanie Bertrand, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Arizona and a member of UA Resist and the Union. President Garamella, I'm deeply disappointed in you in terms of dismantling the cultural centers and the lack of support for international and immigrant students. Board, I'm deeply disappointed in you for standing idly by, or perhaps even pushing for this behind the scenes, especially considering how you're trying to scrub the word diversity from your policies. So I've lost my faith in most of you. So therefore, I'm going to be talking to the audience instead of you. Community. This spring, President Garamella and other administrators decided to roll back 50 years of civil rights gains. They did this behind closed doors and without community input. It was in the 70s when the Chicano Hispanic Student Center was founded, now called the Guerrero Student Center, Native American Student Affairs in '89, African American Student Affairs in '91, Asian Pacific American Student Affairs in '93, the Women and Gender Student Resource Center in the '90s, the Office of LGBTQ Affairs in 2007, now called the LGBTQ plus 2S Resource Center, and the Disability Cultural Center in 2018. All of these were the result of decades of student and staff and faculty and community activism. And since they were founded, the centers have fostered a sense of belonging for thousands of students who face injustice on campus, improving their college experience. But Garamella and other administrators and ABOR preemptively caved to unlawful executive orders and wiped out the centers, ignoring protesters and a petition signed by more than 3,500 students. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can get the centers back the same way they were born, through advocacy. Join UA Resist, or get involved in some other way. Let's not sit back and watch as the administration destroys the precious centers.
Nikki Rains, followed by Jamie Perez.
Hello, I come here as a community member and somebody who hopes to go to one of the big 3 universities here in Arizona. But every day I talk to people about like, oh, what are my future plans for going to one of the schools? I don't feel safe in any of them because at any moment I could come through and just take one of my fellow students without any safety for them. And in the moment, it feels like you guys profit off of us, off of our experiences, off of our stories, while not actually wanting to back us up. You guys are cowardly and afraid of standing up to executive orders that are not law. You guys are giving in to the slightest bit of fascism, and you're cowards for it, okay? You guys will not have our respect here, because no matter what you do, we know you won't have our back because you guys only care about your bottom line. If you didn't care about it, you guys would actually be elected, okay? And the thing is, you guys should just all be ashamed of yourselves, because the thing is, at least our community can all come together and protect ourselves. I'll give up the rest of my time.
Jamie Perez, followed by Joshua Lieberman. Is Jamie here? Oh, I'm sorry. Joshua Lieberman, followed by Reed Sperling.
Hello, my name is Joshua Lieberman. I am a PhD student in the University of Arizona's College of Optical Sciences and a proud member of both United Campus Workers Arizona and the UA Resist Coalition. On May 13th, 2025, the Garamella administration unveiled the University of Arizona's strategic initiatives for the next 5 years. To guide these initiatives, the administration conducted an extensive listening process, inviting focus groups consisting of students, faculty, staff, and community members into your administration building for a conversation about the future of the university. I was a part of the graduate student focus group where we were told that our perspectives as graduate and professional students are vital for the success of the university's future initiatives. President Garamella, you asked us what makes this university distinctive, and we told you it's the support for marginalized students, allowing every student at the University of Arizona to succeed and be the best version of themselves. It's the university's established presence within the Tucson community. Vice President for Student Affairs John Pollard said it himself. In a university article released yesterday, Pollard states that the land grant mission is about serving not just Arizona, but our tribal, national, and global communities. But on May 27th, just 2 weeks after announcing the university's strategic plan, you fired the director of Native American Student Affairs and laid off the directors of Multicultural Student Services, African American Student Affairs, Asian Pacific American Student Affairs, the Guerrero Student Center, the Disability Cultural Center, LGBTQ+ Affairs, and the Women and Gender Resource Center. These 7 cultural resource centers support at least 28,000 students annually. That is half of all University of Arizona students who directly contribute to the university's success through their tuition dollars, their research, and their creativity. 28,000 students whose contributions the university will lose by dismantling our cultural resource centers. President Garamella, you lied to us. Community, ambition, this is what makes the university distinctive, and this is what you have stripped away. Thank you.
Reed Sperling, followed by Adrian A.
Hello, regents and guests. My name is Reed, and I'm an employee and graduate of the University of Arizona. In the face of threats to our rights and resources, the Arizona Board of Regents is failing to support students and workers. I think this can be traced to their conflicts of interest and lack of relevant experience. I believe the regents are all good people doing their best, as they always do. That said, numerous regents have long worked for companies with records that are worth examining. Regent Doug Goodyear founded DCI Group, which in 2018 fought to hold Arizona back from renewable energy commitments. In 2016, lobbied to stop towns from providing affordable broadband internet to their communities, a key educational resource. And also, in 2016, lobbied against firefighters protecting their communities from hazardous oil trains. This was near where I grew up, so this is personal for me. Regent Greg Brewster is a vice president at Cardinal Health, which fueled the opioid epidemic with irresponsible wholesale drug distribution practices. Cardinal Health failed to report their own suspiciously large distributions of pills to small pharmacies in the early 2000s and has spent the years since then trying to avoid responsibility. If Regent Brewster is a student of the healthcare industry, as he says, we can plainly see who his teachers were. And last, but certainly not least, Regent Jessica Pacheco led efforts by Pinnacle West, the parent company of APS, to spend over $20 million of dark money to buy control of the Arizona Corporation Commission and defeat clean energy initiatives, allowing utilities to charge us more while slowing urgently needed progress on climate change. These Regents companies have warmed the planet, shortened lives, and funneled wealth from the rest of us to the rich. No wonder our universities are under-resourced and inadequately scrutinized for mismanagement. When this is the bench of experience before us. Universities exist to pursue the truth and improve lives, but many on the Board of Regents have spent careers with companies that have long records of obscuring the truth and punching down on working people. These approaches to humanity are incompatible with public education. Regents Goodyear, Brewster, and Pacheco are all caught in conflicts of interest between their pursuit of corporate profits and their mission of educating Arizona's students. These regents should resign today. They lack the experience to effectively serve, and they lack the judgment to do their jobs. They should graciously step down so that the board can do its job of managing our universities effectively in support of students and workers. Thank you for your time.
Adrian A., followed by Anna Cooper.
My name is Dr. Anna Cooper. I'm an associate professor here at the U of A. I'm here because there's a piece of the current picture that I think regents and senior administrators are missing. Our students are in an unprecedented state of crisis. Anyone who hasn't spent time in a U of A classroom recently might not know that. Student mental health crises are off the charts. There is rampant food and housing insecurity. Students are frightened that their academic programs and their funding sources may disappear, and they're frightened about arrests and deportations. And by frightened, I mean so chronically fearful that they are struggling to get through daily life. I have to assume you all just don't know how bad it is right now for our students, because if you did, there's no way you'd be doing the things you're doing. Your initial reaction to the current regime change was just a yawning silence. There has not even been a bland statement of support for students at risk of deportation, let alone an action plan for protecting them. No indication that you would stand up to protect programs that could be construed as DEI related or fight for federal funding. Just absolute crickets in the face of all of the existential threats that the university and our students face right now. Your second reaction after the crickets has been arguably even worse. Now you're enacting cut after cut to some of the best and most vital programs that help our students. The cultural resource centers do so much to support and protect marginalized students who otherwise feel like they don't belong here. You're consolidating and drastically shrinking those. The layoffs of 25% of our writing faculty, who are some of the only people who know your name when you're a first-year student, seemingly in order to hire an AI czar who will automate and depersonalize their education even further. And now, ABOR is here today to vote on completely erasing terms like diversity and minority from university policies, making it even clearer that they do not value the incredible diversity of our students, nor have any intention to support them. ABOR and senior administrators are hanging us all out to dry, students and employees alike, just to avoid rocking any boats, standing up for anything, or of course losing those cushy salaries. I have to hope that it's because you just don't know how bad it is for our students. The alternative is that you're actively supporting a regime that's trying to destroy our universities. Please prove me wrong on this. Show us that you have some values, stop collaborating with fascists, and do your jobs. Thank you.
Miranda Lopez, followed by Alberto Plantillas. Miranda Lopez, followed by Alberto Plantillas.
Your guys' mics are not great. Good morning. Shout out to our babysitters from the dean's office back there, making sure we're behaving ourselves. We've got some free speech monitors, which is an oxymoron. My name is Miranda Lopez. I am the treasurer of our CWA Local 7065. Can you guys hear me in the back? Okay. And I am the Southern Regional Director for the Arizona Students Association. Let me start by saying that none of us want to be here right now. You might roll your eyes and think, oh, not again. I was hoping they would stop showing up to these meetings. But this is what happens. The more that you try to silence us, we step up and fight back. We step up and fight back. We stand up and fight back. Speaking to all of you regents who have brought us to this point, and to you, President Garamella, as a recent alumnus, I am furious at what you have done to our school. It is not just the closing of the cultural resource centers, which I know you call consolidating, but let's all be honest, we know consolidating is just another way to say eliminating. I am enraged, not just because you refuse to tell ICE to stay away from our campuses, that you refuse to defend the international students whose tuition has kept our college system afloat, that you put up fences to infringe on students' right to free speech, that you refuse to include eye and dental and employee health insurance, that you as regents live in multi-million-dollar houses, while student governments have to beg university presidents for funding for our campus pantries for our starving students, that most of you either aren't listening right now, or you are listening, but you just don't care. For all these reasons and more, I am horrified by your actions as a board and a university president, seeing what you have done to our beloved UA and our community. That's why I would like to speak now to the student regents. The ABOR website states, a student regent position was first established as a non-voting board member in 1978, and the student regent was granted voting privileges during the 1989-90 term. A statute passed by the legislature in 2000 added a second non-voting student member to the board. This description on the ABOR website makes it sound like the student regent position was magically gifted to students as a favor. I can tell you, it wasn't. Just like the UA Cultural Resource Centers, students fought for and won that representation. And just like the UA Cultural Resource Centers, ABOR has tried to erase the work of students. The Arizona Students Association was founded in 1974 by the 3 undergraduate student body presidents at that time to lobby the state legislature for student representation in the Arizona Board of Regents. Student regents, you will never be simply handed anything that is worth fighting for. You have to step up, speak out, and demand it. You were appointed by the governor to serve this board in the best interest of students. Regents, today I urge you to use your sole vote for student interests by voting against the proposed budgets, as well as the proposal to remove the terms minorities, diversity, and affirmative action from ABOR's policies. Let the record show that unlike the rest of the regents, students will not preemptively comply with the President of the United States' hateful and unconstitutional demands.
Alberto Plantillas, followed by Markel White.
Members of the board, my name is Alberto Plantillas. I'm a member of the Arizona Students Association and the Graduate Student Government at ASU. I am here representing my role as a graduate student enrolled in a Master's of Public Policy. Today, I will be reading from the website of the ASU International Students and Scholars Center. Subheading name is Recommended Practices for International Students, Scholars, Faculty, and Staff. In bold letters and highlighted in yellow, it says, you are responsible for maintaining your non-immigrant status during your stay in the United States.
The federal government just arrested a 4th grade child. They will not flinch in arresting a student on this campus. It's not the universities that are protecting international and undocumented students. It is the nonprofits that actually cover their legal counsel expenses. I am here representing the students in fear of speaking up against these injustices. We have to call this out. The line of thinking they're comfortable with is telling undocumented students you have to comply with the Department of Homeland Security and register under the Alien Act. If they don't do that, they will be considered criminals. This is how we create an environment of fear in our campuses. You are responsible for maintaining your non-immigrant status during your stay in the United States. As a young kid from rural Yuma County in San Luis, Arizona, I saw how this impacts people in my community. Border towns are the most militarized parts of this country. Why are we choosing to militarize our universities in a similar manner? We are living through a new version of Kent State. We cannot allow our institutions to submit against due process. My ask during the February ABOR meeting was that the students be protected. I now recognize fear is a very abstract concept to the board. Last meeting in April, I talked about how students are not just in fear, they're terrified of being the next one to have their visa revoked or being kidnapped. We demand that the Board of Regents and our university presidents stand up for immigrant students with different or mixed statuses. Your letters are meaningless if your website fails to support students during the most stressful moment of their lives. ICE cannot be allowed on our university grounds. We should reverse course and focus on protecting our students by providing them with full legal counsel. Do students get reimbursed for their tuition if they're kidnapped by our government? I think not. And caving is not very innovative. Education that is as nearly free as possible is a right under our state constitution. Protect our students. Let's live up to that. Education is a right. Thank you.
Mikel White, followed by Eddie Barros.
Hello, my name is Michaela White. I'm a graduate student here at the University of Arizona and a full-time academic advisor in the College of Public Health. I've worked at the University of Arizona for just over 3 years. In my previous role, I had the honor to serve as a survivor support advocate through counseling and psych services. I left this role after being placed on workers' compensation for PTSD. My PTSD was caused by the University of Arizona's systemic silencing and negligence and the administration's disregard for staff, students, and faculty, which ultimately led to the murder of Dr. Thomas Meixner on October 5th, 2022. U of A did not listen to the Hydrology and Atmospheric Sciences Department when they begged you to. UAPD officers in this room did not listen when 5 months prior to Dr. Meixner's death, I witnessed a student tell them that flat out Murad Dervish would shoot somebody. Later that year, on one of the hardest days of my life, I told her that she was right and that someone that she cared about was dead. These issues are not disconnected. The issues that we bring in front of you today are part of this as well. There's a systemic issue on our campuses. I wanted to come here today to focus on the termination of the CRC directors. But how can I speak on that without feeling the weight of your silence over and over and over again? While students beg for the CRC's mentors to help them through one of the most unprecedented times in history, you fire those directors. When students beg for DEI to stay so that they can feel welcome and safe on this campus, you raise tuition. While students rack up debt and work multiple jobs to pay that tuition, you slash services that help them succeed. And while students peacefully beg for the divestment from companies that fund genocide in Gaza, you arrest them. While students try their hardest to focus on obtaining an education, you allow them to be deported. The blatant disregard for our campus communities and the erasure of our voices is unacceptable. It's sickening and it's cruel. And it's what you are choosing to do over and over and over again. As if we haven't done enough begging, I beg you to reconsider the consolidation of our CRCs and the firing of our communities and the harm that you're choosing to cause to our students. Thank you.
Eddie Barros, followed by Natalie Reed.
Good morning. My name is Eddie Barron. I'm a senior here at the university, and I also serve as a student body senator. Today, I want to directly push back on the decision to consolidate our cultural centers into a so-called multicultural hub. This is not consolidation. This is a move toward erasure. These cultural centers serve 28,000 students. Each one is existing for a distinct purpose. They are tailored to the different histories, identities, and lived experiences. These spaces aren't interchangeable. They're not redundant. These spaces are lifelines. What exactly do you think is going to happen when the very students who make this university what it is lose access to those spaces? What message do you think you are sending when you dismantle the foundational parts of our college experience under the guise of efficiency or this manufactured outrage of DEI? Let's not pretend. This move is not about legal compliance. It's about pressure. It's about fear. This is about caving to extremist narratives, narratives that have never been about students in the first place. Even as courts around the country reject these attacks, you've chosen to move forward anyway. You've chosen to not fight for us. And that choice won't be forgotten, because this moment, this wave of fear, censorship, and political pressure, it will pass. Maybe not quickly and certainly not without damage, but it will pass. But what we won't forget is how this university chose to act when it mattered the most. When students, especially students of color, queer students, first-gen students, and workers were made to feel unsafe, unwelcome, and invisible, this university had a choice. And instead of standing with us, you choose to make us the target, the scapegoat, and to scapegoat the very communities that make this place what it is. And let me be absolutely clear. You might be making these decisions now, quietly, behind closed doors, and in smaller rooms, while students are away, but August is coming. And when we come back to find that our cultural centers are gutted, our mentors and staff are pushed out, and our communities are left to pick up the pieces alone, we will not come quietly. We will come back angry, we will come back organized, and we will not let you forget who this university actually belongs to. Thank you.
Natalie Reed, followed by Hypatia.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Reed. I'm a senior lecturer in the UA Writing Program and a proud member of our union, United Campus Workers Arizona. President Garamella, you have called on the University of Arizona community to deliver on our promise to support the success of every student. As a member of career track faculty with 26 years of teaching experience, I am fully dedicated to this same priority, to the success of every student. So, what are the first steps that the UA has taken to deliver on this promise? Step 1, not renewing the contracts of 20% of the career track faculty who teach foundations writing courses. Courses which are required for graduation and are prerequisites for students to advance in their majors. What kind of promise is this? That there won't be enough sections for students to fulfill the foundations writing requirement in their first year, that students will not have the individual support and attention for their writing development, and that students will not have the opportunity for sustained mentorship with faculty who specialize in undergraduate retention and student success. My colleagues are not disposable. The colleagues whose contracts were not renewed are highly qualified, experienced faculty, some of whom were in the middle of their promotion process. They are leaders in university service and professional development. It is unconscionable to extract their intellectual labor in 1 week, sharing their expertise in a post-semester workshop, and in the next week, facing unemployment with 5 days of health insurance to be cut off. I, along with my union, United Campus Workers of Arizona, call on the reinstatement of all 10 of my colleagues who are non-renewed. We call on ABOR to enact fair working conditions that avoid the catastrophe of contingency so that we can truly deliver on our promise. Thank you for your time.
Hypatia, followed by Scott Minor.
I'm Hypatia Medavia. I'm a trans and federally funded grad student at ASU and a proud member of United Campus Workers of Arizona, CWA Local 7065. 2 years ago, sitting on a sticky wooden bench in the Arkansas House Education Committee, I watched the board of my school district recommend that the state of Arkansas ban trans children from using the bathroom. One of the members leaned forward into the mic as she said it, "My rights end where their rights begin." What a podunk, ignorant way of seeing people, right? But that's the way you are cutting the deal with Black, brown, immigrant, indigenous, and queer workers and students of our universities. Education is not a zero-sum game. You cannot save yourselves or your institutions by removing us through police, poverty, or pain. Y'all choose to keep on right-wing donors like Charlie Kirk while queer workers like me are stalked and beaten on our own campuses. Y'all choose to ring students for every dollar they'll ever have, while immigrant and undocumented student and workers are kidnapped by ICE. Y'all choose to line your pocketbooks while you treat contingent faculty as expendable. Your workers and students are suffering. At this time of increased danger, how does this board respond? Instead of reinvesting in the staff and resources like the cultural resource centers workers and students depend on for information and guidance, you fire their directors and pull their support. Do you understand what all these speakers are telling you? Throwing your workers under the bus will not save you. Students and workers are being disappeared off the streets. They're afraid to go to work. They can't visit their families back home. They can't get adequate health care and are again and again denied a fair say in the insurance plans available to them by this board. Every meeting we're here, every meeting we make the same demands. Campuses that are safe for everyone and a real say in our working conditions. You swear up and down every time that this board will follow up, but you never, ever have. I've been speaking to you at every single public comment since 2023, and not once have you felt moved to participate in the conversation. Right now, you can't even be bothered to stay off your phones. You know we can see you. How can you sit in your comfortable offices and claim you know what's best for students and workers? ABOR promises accessible education, yet international students fear ICE every single day. We came to learn, not live in fear. Deportation shatters futures and violates university values. Protect all students. Enact sanctuary campus policies. Other universities have done it. Why can't you?
Scott Menner, followed by Neil Gaffrey.
So I appreciate that you guys are working on the audio. The time to do this was before the public comment. It was not now. I see that many of you are uncomfortable. Good. I am uncomfortable. I have social anxiety. I do not want to be here. I fucking hate this kind of situation. I fucking hate these meetings. This is not what I want to be doing. This is not what anyone here wants to be doing. This will be my last time speaking to you as an employee of ASU, at least for now. When students peacefully protested against the genocide that we have all watched, I've seen people burning to death. I've spoken to you about this before. Some of you have logistics companies supplying arms that are responsible for this stuff. Many of you work for intelligence agencies that are contributing to this stuff. Students peacefully protested. You saw that. You could have joined them. You could have asked about their concerns. You could have listened to them. Hell, you could have even ignored them. Summer was coming up. They were going to go home anyway. But instead, you followed your fascistic impulses and sent in the Gestapo, accompanied incidentally, and I don't know if you noticed this, but I certainly did, by frat fash, brown shirts. Frat students were with the police, going up against the people at the encampments. The people in the encampments were peaceful. They absolutely were not doing anything. Frat fash were out there with the cops, incidentally, who were ripping off their hijabs, who were cutting their tents. I appreciate that the former ASU chief of police is fired, but they were there. Sorry, I'm a little energized. Meanwhile, you invite fascists to our campuses to speak, to incite, to precipitate violence against students, faculty, and staff. Governor Hobbs, who I see is not here, notably signed HB 2880 into law recently. This makes encampments, peaceful encampments, illegal. This is annoying. Now, for our rally in advance, we weren't even able to put up a little tent just to block the sun. Fortunately, we were in a place that it didn't matter, but we couldn't. There needs to be a mute button. JFK said that those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. Whether it's Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, the protests last year against genocide in Palestine, people protesting people who are getting kidnapped illegally by ICE and sent to fucking concentration camps. It is our right, it is our duty to protest against these things. It was a big deal for me to come here. It was a big deal for all of us to come here. Meanwhile, you sit here. I notice less so on your iPad now, but still. Eating while students are crying about not being able to feed themselves. Like, I can't even. Well, you make $1,000 a year. It's disgusting, it's ridiculous. Shutting down graduate student government is not the thing to do here. You need them. You need people who are willing to participate, who are willing to talk to you. That is important now. It's more important now than ever. Sorry. You should use your power to protect people from ICE. If you don't, people are going to take it upon themselves to do it, and you probably won't like it. You still have a little time, and I implore you, step outside of yourselves, and for once in your lives, do the right thing. Do the thing that counts. Thank you.
Neil Gayfrey, followed by Harvey Ortiz.
All right, wait 1 second here. Good morning, Board of Regents. How's everyone doing? Yeah. Good morning, Suresh Garamella. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Can y'all hear me if I just speak? Go. Okay. It's nice to finally put a face to the name of our new president and to the man whose deplorable leadership has left me and my community in agony. It is you, Suresh, who left us in uncertainty regarding the fate of our employment, financial security, and future at this university. My name is Francisco Neil Burke. I am a student stakeholder in the Women and Gender Resource Center and a Thrive Center peer mentor. I am a first-generation Latino transgender student surviving at this university. A student surviving instead of thriving because from the moment I set foot on this campus, the University of Arizona administration has brutalized myself and marginalized communities, and unfortunately, the cycle has continued with you. Blinded by self-destructive ego, you played directly into petty political agendas and shameful power struggles, both on this campus and at a federal level. By putting your ideologies before students, you acted in personal interest. What type of message, Suresh, do you think it sends to your students, faculty, and staff, not just those directly impacted, but as a whole, as to your ability to bipartisanly lead with students' best interest at the forefront? How are we supposed to trust you and your administration when the second we are able to come up from air after the March 1st deadline, we are once again forced beneath the surface by a tweet, not an official statement, but a tweet from Warren Peterson, a Republican senator, stating how Suresh Garamella is preemptively complying with DEI bans that hold no merit as they are actively being challenged in American courts across the country. How are we supposed to trust you stand with democracy when you have sold us out to the political party in which you align in during your personal hours? How do we trust any of your administration when you and Provost Patricia Prelock have violated democracy within our own institution? You cannot simply ignore a resolution introduced, passed, and unanimously in a 12-0 vote enacted by our student government on May 16th. A resolution which clearly states ASUA, the student voice and democratic representation, demands for you and Patricia Prelock to, quote, continue supporting each of its cultural and resource centers by maintaining their current physical spaces, programming, funding, staffing, and resources, and to ensure their long-term sustainability as part of the university's broader commitment to student success, inclusion, and belonging. This was enacted 11 days before you terminated the director, Suresh, and it is not the first time you acted as a dictator. You and Patricia went forth with the centralization process despite the 91% of faculty votes that passed a referendum urging you to fight against the DEI bans and leave marginalized students be. When the accredited Dr. Roach reached out after the Faculty Senate sent the referendum, you did not have the decorum of a president. You acted as you always do. You cowered with your cabinet in Old Main using a child's tactic of giving the silent treatment when someone corrects your wrongdoing. Did you truly think in your statue of power, with the world watching our Research One institution, we would not see your transparent disregard for democracy? That your lust for power is as clear as the Arizona sky in the highest heat? You really should start looking into the institutions in which you apply, Suresh. If you did, you would have seen why we will not stand for you to come in and be helpless bystanders as you dismantle, and diminish 50 years of civil rights history, 50 years of marginalized students wins to a blatant multicultural hub, though it does not surprise me given you were hired to be the president of a liberal arts university in Vermont and then tried to cut all the arts programs. Tell me, Suresh, how does taking away vital student statuses strengthen the university? What exactly does stripping us down from Black, Native, Latino, Asian, and LGBTQ+ achieve? A month ago, I would have stood before you, my peers, Arizona Board of Regents, and thousands watching remotely as a proud transgender, Latino, and queer first-generation student who has pushed through the systemic barriers of racism, transphobia, and years of dehumanizing hate to my success today.
That's right. Yeah.
Now, at the University of Arizona, by Suresh Garmela's order, I am a multicultural prophet mule. A mule whose labor brings in $33,405 a year in federal aid. I am nothing more than a multicultural body to be put on display for donors and media so Garmela can profit $483.72 an hour for a total of $810,000 a year alongside a $10,000 vehicle stipend and retirement benefits equal to 18% of his salary. Let's not forget the multi-million-dollar house my fellow students and I pay for you to live in. As I bear the consequences of your actions, I mourn not just my personal loss, but the loss of my underclassmen, mentees, and prospective students of marginalized identities.
Excuse me, Nell, could you please close your comments? We need to get the rest of the speakers speaking, an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
They've allocated their time to me. I think about my freshman semester and how I came to the university a numb shell of myself. Every day, a fight for survival. How after being subjected to hate and violence my entire life, growing up in Tucson, I would just have to suck it up for 4 more years, get my degree, and get out. I think about how I hope to even live through my undergraduate career as my hope group slimmer by the year. My story focuses mainly on the Women and Gender Resource Center because it has been the center in which I have spent most of my time working, building community, and growing into the man I am today. But if you had the decency and respect of democracy to truly allow student voices to be represented, you would know the true loss of the cultural resource centers, their names, and the directors for all students, Suresh. During the mere 16-week span of my first semester, I endured trial after trial that should have left me in ruin. I had surgery to remove stage 2 cancer in order to save my life. Weeks later, I became a victim of gender-based violence, which then rendered me homeless and hopeless, ready to accept my fate, ready to accept that perhaps in a few years I will join my father on the bar stool and that I will be another first-gen dropout statistic, continuing the cycle of trauma. As I stopped fighting and gave in to my surprise, I did not drown in the curl tide. I did not drown because Kim Dominguez, the director of the Women and Gender Resource Center, who you terminated without a thought, and the coordinator, Audrey Ford, refused to let me. They forced me from the waves of despair, dragging me to the surface to breathe in life once more. They not only supported me through all the trials, but also supported me in my triumph. Kim Dominguez gave me her unequivocal, selfless time, love, and energy that allowed me to heal from a life of trauma. She taught me to trust without fear and to live to my fullest potential I couldn't have ever even seen in myself. Audrey did the same, teaching me to trust in myself, giving me a halftime worthy speech for a pop quiz, and refusing to allow me to tear myself down, pushing me forward and towards not just academic success, but to live the life of joy I deserve. For even though you may not like it, Suresh, you can't get rid of us. Our existence on this campus is very much resistance. Even when, and you seem like you're getting bored, so I'll just skip to the stuff about you. This is vital to the conversation today because without both a director and coordinator, they would not have had the time to support me and thousands of students. Having both the director and the coordinators allow for an equitable split of work and allows for our most marginalized student populations to thrive. Since you have clearly shown the well-being is not imperative to any of you here today, let me reiterate once more that you profit off our success. When we succeed, we bring in hundreds of thousands of tuition dollars to this institution. When we succeed, we become the next lawyers, doctors, and researchers that make this university a level 1 institution. You should know, Suresh, you were an international student in Ohio State in 1980. And you may not see the economic fallout now, but I implore you to truly look at the numbers and see how detrimental they will be 2, 4, and 6 years down the line, to stop playing into petty politics on the federal and institutional level, and actually look into the research and data. Stop going off biased information, Suresh. Stop going off personal accusations made by administrators like Jenna Hatcher that the 6 cultural resource centers directors need to be terminated because they were ordering students like foot soldiers to organize. This is in no way the truth. In fact, the day the directors were fired, Kim told me she did not want me to organize and burn myself into the ground in her honor. She looked at me across the table after having not just lost her livelihood to support her family, but also being utterly disrespected by you and your administration after devoting 8 years to students and their success. And she said, the best way to truly honor the time, love, and wisdom I have given you is to graduate. It's to graduate and invite me back in 2 years when you do. There is no doubt in my mind that the other 6 directors told their students the same. This may come as a shock to you since you have all been bought for a price, but they do not do this to serve their own agenda. The directors and coordinators are here because all they want is for students to succeed, which is how you all make profit and are here today in power.
That's right.
It has been instilled in our higher administration and passed down falsely that the cultural resource centers have a vendetta against them. This is falsehood. We are far too busy trying to balance school, work, and survival off the shit pay to care. You force us to speak out every single semester, and I can personally attest to this when you target and disrupt the peace in our communities that allow us to love, heal, and grow. Leave us be. Give us equitable funding, physical spaces, and don't threaten to fire everyone, and we wouldn't have to organize. You think we like balancing 2 or 3 jobs, classes, clubs, and organizing? We don't. It's exhausting. I've been here for 2 years, longer than you, and I have a lifelong trauma inflicted by this institution. My freshman coworkers didn't even get half a semester before their jobs and community were at jeopardy, Suresh. We don't organize because we enjoy pissing you off or at the order of someone thirsty for revenge. We organize because as the 50 years of attributed activism on this campus show, the administration never gives to its most marginalized populations out of the goodness of their hearts. They do it because students force them to move forward in repression because we have to scream and chant for you to even look at us, Suresh. Suresh Garamella has been the one making crucial decisions that will impact me for the rest of my life, and I had to pull off a goddamn filibuster to be in the same room with him. So you might want to turn this off. This is the unfortunate truth. Past through generations. This is why we organize, and this is why we win. On the topic of unfortunate truth, let's now dive into the unfortunate truth of the president that you, the Arizona Board of Regents, have hired. I have chosen to start with Suresh Garamella's blatant disrespect and disregard for survivors of gender-based violence. I start here because this was the first group of marginalized students he decided to inflict harm upon after a mere few weeks of taking office in Arizona. The University of Vermont may be precisely 2,683 miles away from the very spot in which you sit today.
Thank you for your remarks. You have had 20 minutes.
But accountability still falls you. On February 16, 2024, Suresh Garamella and his administration decided to post to the official University of...
to leave immediately. This is the first advice. Thank you for your remarks.
Second one.
This is your second warning. I request that you leave this building immediately. Otherwise, you are subject to arrest for interference with the peaceful conduct of an educational institution, trespass or other violations of the laws of the state of Arizona.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that now we take a recess.
The board will take a 5 minutes break. Our next item in the agenda, sorry, I was trying to make sure that the microphone is working well. I would like to welcome Felipe Garcia to the meeting today. He was nominated by Governor Hobbs to serve as our next student regent and is currently going through the confirmation process in the Senate. We wish you luck as your nomination moves forward. Our student regents bring valuable insights to this board, and I know you will do well representing the perspectives of our university students from across the state. We look forward to your insight and voice representing perspective of our university students from across the state. Welcome, and if you want to give any remarks to the board, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Mata. It is an honor to be standing before you today as Governor Hobbs' nominee to serve as a student regent here. My name is Felipe Garcia. I am a Tucsonan and a rising junior here at the U of A. I am pursuing a dual degree in political science and creative intelligence and innovation with a minor in French. I hope to serve as a resource and voice for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe. Professor Ellis is not able to join us today, but we would like to thank her for serving as the AFC representative this past year. I would like to also highlight some accomplishments of the universities and the ABOR office, and I would like to start with the Arizona State University. The Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, part of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, announced up to $142 million in funding for personalized cancer detection and treatment. Arizona State University, alongside other top research institutions like MIT, Stanford, UC San Diego, and Brigham and Women's Hospital, is selected for the program. The research program will use powerful computer models, new medical tests, and flexible clinical trials to help ensure the best available treatments are deployed before tumors have the chance to change. ASU will lead up to $5.25 million portion of the project, advancing new computer tools that can better predict how cancer grows and changes. Every year, about 2 million Americans are diagnosed with cancer, and more than 600,000 of them have cancer that spreads or no longer respond to treatment because of cancer cell mutations. Researchers at Arizona State University aim to solve this by making cancer care more personal, helping doctors and adapt treatments to how the disease changes over time for each patient. And for the University of Arizona, the Big Idea Challenge is producing just that, big ideas that will help address global challenges that impact society. The university sought proposals to address 6 overarching focus areas: data, information system and artificial intelligence, defense and national security, energy and environmental sustainability, the future of health and biomedical sciences, the human experiences, and space sciences. 72 proposals were submitted representing 19 units, the university, from undergraduates to senior faculty. The university has chosen 6 teams and will provide funding for 2 years and strategic guidance to the finalists to support transformative research. So now with Northern Arizona University, in response to the growing impact of wildfires across Arizona, Northern Arizona University's School of Forestry, alongside key partners, has developed, after wildfire, a guide for Arizona communities. This comprehensive free resource provides residents, local officials, and emergency managers with essential guidance on recovery, financial assistance, safety, and emotional support after a wildfire. Featuring insights from fire and emergency management leaders statewide, the guide helps communities navigate post-fire challenges with clarity. Funded by Arizona Wildfire Initiative, this tool fills a critical gap in disaster response and will be recommended to officials statewide. NAU's historical leadership in the field of forestry continues today, helping to empower Arizonans to rebuild stronger and more resilient communities. And finally, I would like to also recognize our ABOR office because they also do amazing work. So the Arizona Board of Regents is spearheading a bold new initiative to drive innovation and sustainability for one of the state's most vital industry, agriculture. In partnership with the Arizona Department of Agriculture, the board convened university researchers, state officials, and agricultural producers in Yuma this week to co-develop a strategic roadmap for sustainable agriculture in arid environments and to launch a statewide think tank focused on solving pressing agricultural challenges. The meeting focused on innovative solutions to address critical challenges in water management and crop production in one of the nation's most demanding agricultural landscapes. Participants highlighted Arizona's unique agricultural testing capabilities with a focus on developing sustainable practices that can thrive in water-limited environments. Yuma's unique conditions provide an ideal environment for technological innovation and testing. A big thank you to Regent Duval for representing the regions and providing outstanding remarks at this event. I would also like to recognize the ABOR office efforts during this legislative session. Staff has put in long hours participating in numerous meetings, hearings, and providing outstanding updates to the regions on legislative activities. Thank you all for all your hard work, and please give a round of applause to the 3 universities and our ABOR staff. Okay, so our first item is the Executive Director report, and Executive Director Sampson, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Okay. In the history of my life, nobody's failed to hear me. So I'm going to speak to the board, even though I think it's going to be a little tough for the audience members. I'm going to speak without the mic. I need to acknowledge a couple of things. I have a truly outstanding executive director report, and it is riveting, but in the board's efforts to hear the community and not to impinge upon President Garamella's time to do his university's operational report out to the universities, I am going to cut my remarks short. That being the case, I do need to thank Nick Opich from our team for putting together an excellent report. There are 2 things, however, I do not want to give up on. The first is thanking Chair Mata. If I can take a moment of personal privilege, I'm coming up on my first-year anniversary at being the executive director from this board, and Chair Mata has been my chair for the 16 months I have roughly been in this office, and I am grateful to her personally. She has done a tremendous number of important things, none more important than supervising the hiring of the executive director of this board. But in addition, she oversaw the hiring of the president of the University of Arizona. She saw this university through some financial challenges. She has weathered the financial crisis with FAFSA. Last year, we tend to forget there are so many things that come at the board, and Chair Mata has done a great job, all while continuing to gain ground on the items that she cares about, like the military initiative and making sure that we focus on total health. There are additional things she has done. Under her leadership, Arizona's public universities have grown their largest enrollment ever, their largest graduation ever. All 3 are now R1 institutions, and there is much to celebrate under her leadership, but again, I just wanted to thank her for being a mentor and a leader during this time. So thank you for that. In addition, the other item I get to do as part of my executive director report is highlighting things that are really great, things where this board and the universities under their governance really are moving the ball. And one of those is a Regents grant regarding FAFSA and firefighter health. I'd like to invite a number of individuals to come to the podium now. Today, the board's going to have an opportunity to receive an update from actually some very important and special people regarding reducing cancer risk among Arizona firefighters. This is critical work. Firefighters in Arizona and nationally have a 9% higher risk of being diagnosed with cancer and a 14% higher risk of a 14% higher risk of dying from cancer compared to the general population of the U.S. Launched in 2022, the Regents Grant in partnership with the University of Arizona, Arizona State, and the Arizona Fire Chiefs Association. The research explores whether blood or plasma donation can help reduce levels of cancer-causing forever chemicals, or what we call PFAS, in firefighters. To share an overview of this research and some of the early findings, I'm pleased to welcome the project's principal investigator, Dr. Jeff Burgess from the University of Arizona, along with members of the Arizona firefighter community to present to this board. Time is now you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Regents, for the opportunity to present on our preliminary findings from the Regents Grant-funded research on interventions to reduce firefighter cancer and cardiovascular risk. Well, thank you. Perfect. As Principal Investigator and Director of the Firefighter Center for Collaborative Health Research, and I'm proud to share this important progress. I would also like to acknowledge my collaboration with Arizona State University, as listed up there, the Arizona Fire Chiefs Association, and the Professional Firefighters of Arizona. Oops, I'm gonna go back. And then Chief Shannon.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm representing the Arizona Fire Chiefs Association on behalf of President Jake Rhodes. I am the immediate past president. I was so excited to be a part of this effort when it was brought forward to us. And the Firefighters Association was a key collaborator with us, and quite frankly, the reach of the AFCA and the PFFA, I think, made this a very doable project. You don't want to hear from me, you want to hear from some of the benefactors of this work, so I'm going to pass it to my friend Gilbert for some comments.
Good morning. My name is Gilbert Aguirre, and I'm an engineer paramedic with the City of Goodyear Fire Department. I proudly served in the fire service for the 25 years. This is something I've come to treasure. I'm sorry, let me start over. Time is something I've come to treasure. I spent the past decade fighting cancer, at doctor's appointments, laying in bed, in pain, nauseous, and then 2 years ago, on February 17th, I lost my 17-year-old son, Gabriel, in a car accident. The time I lost with him, I will never get that back. That kind of loss changes everything. It sharpens your sense of what really matters, who really matters, and for me, it's been my family, my crews, and the chance to make a difference. 10 years ago, on June 2nd, I was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Getting that news felt like a punch in the face. But what hit even harder was having to sit down with my wife and our 3 boys to tell them I had a cancer. The fear and heartbreak on their faces shattered me. In that moment, I made a promise to them, to myself, that I would fight with everything I had. I was prepared to go through hell just to have one more day with my family. Today, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I've outlived the 5-year survival rate. I have survived 7 years of chemotherapy, countless bone marrow and liver biopsies, and the routine of oncologist visits every 3 months. And I'm grateful for all of it, because it's given me more time with the people I love. But not everyone is as lucky. My best friend, Austin Peck, a fellow firefighter, was taken by cancer after 4 years. Now his daughters are growing up without their father. My friends Tommy Ariola and Trevor Madrid, also firefighters, were also taken far too young. Their children are living life without a dad. We love this job, but we have to pay a price. Cancer and heart disease are taking too many of us way too early. Despite all this, I still love what I do. There's no better feeling than knowing you've made a difference. But as I near the end of my career, I feel a deep responsibility to protect the next generation of firefighters, including my 15-year-old son, Giovanni, who wants to follow in my footsteps. We must reduce our exposure to carcinogens. We must keep pushing cancer awareness and prevention in the fire service. That's why the research being done by Dr. Burgess and his team matters so much. Their work gives us something we desperately need: hope. hope that we can reduce risk, hope that future firefighters won't have to hear the words, "You have cancer," and hope for more time. So Dr. Burgess, to the Arizona Board of Regents, and to everyone supporting this research, thank you. Thank you for thank you for investing in our lives, our futures, and the futures of those who come after us.
Thank you, and sorry for your loss. Thank you all for this great research to find ways to decrease PFAS levels in firefighters. Do you have any other comment to give in this perspective?
Yes, we have a few other speakers, Madam Chair, and I'd like to introduce Captain Orion Godfrey with the Goodyear Fire Department, who is also the professional firefighter of Arizona State Cancer Coordinator.
Madam Chair, Regents, thank you for the opportunity to present ourselves and our cause today. This collaboration with the Arizona Fire Chiefs, the Professional Firefighters of Arizona, and the University of Arizona, led by Dr. Jeff Burgess, has been truly an honor to participate in. About 2/3 of professional firefighters who die this year will die of occupational cancer. In the 18th century, they found out that Sir Percival Pott, with research in chimney sweeps, was able to attribute for the first time that the testicular cancer that he was seeing was caused by the soot found in chimneys. That was the beginning of attributing carcinogens to the cancers that we receive. Over the years, mostly common sense has told us that the things we're exposed to on a daily basis are very, very dangerous. It doesn't take a rocket scientist or a doctor like Jeff Burgess to tell us these things. Very rarely are we able to do something about that, and today we find ourselves at a crossroads of the ability of not only knowing what's out there getting us, but doing something about it. I sit with firefighters every single day of the year, unfortunately, but it's also an honor, and I get to help them through their cancer journey. The work that we're doing and that the University of Arizona is doing is going to lessen that load on all of the people out there that are impacted by occupational cancer in the fire service. As long as firefighters are willing to go into a burning building to save a savable life, we know that occupational cancer is on the table. All we're asking you is to support us when the ability is out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Arizona Fire Chiefs Association past President, Chief Tom Shannon, and potentially the current president, if he's online, Jake Rhodes, who may again be attending virtually.
Yes, Madam Chair and Regents, just to further expand, this opportunity was brought to us, and the collaboration that you afforded has shown what I think is going to be really hopeful promise for the Gilberts of the world. Austin was my nephew. His interests sincerely were for us to make the job safer for our firefighters, and that is the responsibility of every fire chief throughout this state, is to ensure the safety of their personnel. And so we can't say how much we appreciate this opportunity. We would love to continue this collaboration, and we're very excited to hear from Dr. Burgess on some of the findings.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Shannon. Now I'd like to share just a few slides covering our initial findings. So as you heard, we know that firefighters have an increased risk of cancer compared to the general population. And it's also the #1 killer of firefighters, followed closely by cardiovascular disease. So in addition to exposure to the cancer-causing chemicals at the fire ground, as Orion had mentioned, smoke and soot, there's also these PFAS, or forever chemicals, that are a major concern among firefighters. So PFAS are commonly used for water and stain-resistant coatings and for a number of other purposes. They're resistant to breakdown and therefore can build up in the human body. Exposure can cause not just cancer, but immune suppression, cardiovascular disease, and a broad number of other toxic effects. So firefighters have higher levels of PFAS chemicals, as you can see on the slide, firefighters are in red, other essential workers are in blue. So we found that to be the case here in Arizona for a number of different PFAS chemicals. So of importance, firefighters can be exposed to these through smoke, through firefighting foam, specifically for hydrocarbon fires, and then it's even in the turnout gear worn by the firefighters. So Arizona firefighters asked for this research to see if the reduction in PFAS seen in an earlier study that was done in Australia with blood and plasma donation could be replicated or validated here in Arizona. They also wanted to know if reducing the PFAS levels in the blood could also reduce the toxicity of the PFAS. And we did this by measuring epigenetic or cellular age and comparing this to the age since the birth of the firefighter. So older cellular age than age since birth is called epigenetic age acceleration. And this is associated with a broad number of adverse outcomes, including all-cause mortality, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and other diseases as well. So our preliminary findings that we're showing you today are looking at what predicts the initial PFAS level when the firefighters started our study, but before they began any of the interventions that we're currently studying now. So we have divided this into two groups, what individual firefighters can do and what the departments can do to help reduce their PFAS levels. So for individual firefighters, for individual firefighters, we found that donating plasma and to a lesser extent blood was associated with lower PFAS level. On-scene decontamination, you can see the picture there on the right, also substantially reduced PFAS, as did drinking bottled water, suggesting that PFAS could be contaminating some fire station drinking water. And firefighters continuing to use PFAS-containing foams also had higher PFAS levels. For fire departments, removing carpeting, having a policy to wash clean out their turnout gear before storage, issuing gear bags, and installing water filtration all were associated with lower PFAS levels. So, we're close to completing our research. We have measured these initial PFAS levels in almost 2,000 firefighters. We have completed 2 other sets of interventions selected by firefighters, Zone 2 exercise and intermittent fasting, and we'll be submitting the work that I just shared with you for publication in the next few months. So what's next includes concluding the blood and plasma donation study, so that's a randomized controlled study. Each intervention lasts 12 months, so we'll have that finished by the end of 2025. So for firefighters who have already finished the study, we're actually seeing very encouraging initial results for both PFAS reduction and lowering cellular age. But we need to wait until all the results are out before we can share them. If the initial findings are borne out, however, then firefighters will have a proven treatment to not just reduce PFAS levels, but also lower their risk of cancer and other diseases. So this is just the beginning. With continued support, we can solidify protocols that help firefighters live longer, healthier lives. And in closing, Madam Chair and Regents, thank you for this opportunity to share our preliminary findings today and for recognizing the urgency of this issue. Your investment is already making a difference. Thank you.
We truly appreciate the teaming with us and also proving that the kind of money that we invest in our state will be successful to help our firefighters. Thank you. And again, a round of applause to you for doing this. Chad, do you have anything to say? Yeah.
Grants, the idea of what a great idea can do to change the lives of everyday Arizonans, and then those everyday Arizonans understand the universities are not just in Arizona, but they're for Arizona and of Arizona. And we're grateful for the brilliant minds at ASU and U of A who are working with these amazing firefighters to get this done.
Yeah. Anything to say, Vinny DeVos, since you started this grand initiative? Working. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item, the board is asked to approve the consent agenda items. On the consent agenda includes items 13 to 24. Does anyone have any conflict to declare on items 13 to 24 scheduled for consent? Hear none and see no, I move that the board approve items 13, 24 as listed on the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. Moving on the legislative update. I would like to welcome Thomas Atkins to discuss our legislative affairs portion of the agenda. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Bess, can we try that?
Chair and President, thank you for the advice and appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief legislative update. I'm going to condense my remarks so that we can get to the heart of the show today. So again, thank you, Chair, Regents, Presidents, for this opportunity. There's a lot of action happening at the Capitol these days, but the long story short is that we are making good progress. Generally speaking, we've had a pretty successful session so far and are optimistic that we will continue to do so. I say that we're successful because we measure this in wins and losses on legislation, but also in our relationships that we're developing. Particularly grateful for the regents and the presidents for their direct engagement at the Capitol this year. Ultimately, legislators really respond to the positional power that you bring to the negotiations. Rather than go through all of the bills that we regularly send out, I'm going to just say that we've made some progress. There's good bills that fund GME slots that we're supportive of. We've seen an interest in expanding the Arizona Teachers Academy to the community colleges. Governor Hobbs signed that measure. And we were happy to see legislation updating Arizona statutes for the name, likeness, and image of student athletes to get enacted, and we're grateful for that. Moving on to the budget. At the high level, the House and Senate and the governor are starting to make real progress on negotiations. Right now, the House is hearing their budget proposal. It doesn't appear that they yet have consensus with the Senate and governor, but we anticipate these discussions to evolve over the coming days and weeks. Some high-level takeaways, though, from that budget proposal include the expansion of the speed bonding program by $325 million. This is in alignment with the governor's request and the board's budget goals. We've also seen continuation and funding of the spouses of law enforcement and scholarship fund, and a expansion of the Arizona Teachers Academy to the private post-secondary institutions. We anticipate there'll be a lot of discussion on some of these deal points with changes forthcoming. There's also been proposed in the House budget a freeze on tuition increases in statute, as well as some additional appropriations for the U of A Ag Center in Yuma and the ASU Center for American Institutions. The budget language was just dropped last night, and so we're still sorting through it to fully understand the implications for the university, and we'll provide additional updates over the coming days and weeks. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and condense my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Is a question by the board? Thank you. Yes, President Corral.
Legislature doesn't have the authority to set or establish the tuition of the institution, so worth mentioning.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board and from the presidents? Thank you, Thomas. We will now move on to the University Governance and Operations Committee, items 4 to 6. Regents Goodyear, as committee chair, would you please present these items?
Regarding the May 29th UGO committee meeting, we began by welcoming U of A's new provost and senior vice president for academic affairs, Dr. Patricia Prelock. The committee heard then from Desiree Reed-Francois from U of A on a request for a multi-year women's basketball head coach agreement. Following that, the committee reviewed a financial status report on fiscal year 2025 for the third quarter, as well as an overview of the FY 2026 annual budgets for each of the state universities. Next, we heard from Bjorn Flugstad from NAU regarding the sale of 5 acres of vacant land, including a waiver of ABOR policy requiring certain real property be sold at public auction. Following that, the committee heard from U of A's Chief of Staff, Dr. Francisco Garcia, regarding a request to add 3-year degree pathways for the MD programs at the College of Medicine Tucson and College of Medicine Phoenix. This was followed by a request by Provost Patricia Prelock to extend the current policy exceptions to Chapter 2, Academic Policies, and Chapter 6, Personnel, of ABOR policies through FY 2025-26 for the U of A Global Campus to allow alignment to take effect. Finally, the committee heard from Brad Kendricks on a proposal of amendments to Policy 3-412, Administration of the Technology and Research Initiative Fund, TRIF, as well as a proposed new Policy 1-127, Collaborative Initiatives to the Board on first reading. The UGO committee will reconvene in September with a focus on capital planning and updates to the university's financial outlook. Chair Mata, if I may proceed to the action items.
Yes.
From item 5, the board is asked to approve the FY 2026 annual budgets for ASU, NAU, U of A, and the board office. Brad Kendricks with the ABOR office will present this item, followed by the university presidents and CFOs. Brad?
Regent Goodyear, Regents, good morning. Still a little bit, good morning. We're here today to hear about the university's budgets for the upcoming year. By way of reminder, the annual budget process sets a starting point for the financial discussion that the university needs to navigate over the course of the next year. So when they come forward to this conversation, they bring the best information that they have available at this point in time, which includes information about their projected enrollments, the type of enrollments, and the best information about other funding sources. I think it is worth acknowledging that the state legislature is still working on its annual budget process, so that, as you just heard from Thomas, so that remains outstanding. In addition, there's an unusual amount of uncertainty about some of the other financial dynamics that the university faces this year. So it probably goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that there will be regular and substantive updates throughout the course of this year for the universities to bring information back to the board about all of that information as it plays out, so that the board can remain confident that the universities are maximizing available resources and also making the adjustments necessary in order to have the institutions remain financially successful long into the future. So with that, I would turn it back for any questions and would ask you to invite the universities to come forward in order to present their information to the board.
Contextualization of our present environment. So we're, said to the board before, we're at Sea State 9, which means high flux in the ocean in which the ASU ship is sailing. Sea State 9 creates a number of uncertainties because the waves are so powerful. We're also present in a moment where we have very high levels of uncertainty. But what I can tell you is that we have been making scores, if not hundreds of adjustments to everything that we're doing in anticipation of any eventuality that we encounter, both on offense and defense. Offense is securing new revenue. Defense is dealing with revenue that might become less available, such as international students, which are important in our overall revenue position. We are presently confident that one, our enrollment will still increase no matter what happens. We will have record numbers of Arizona students, record numbers of students, substantial expansions of our online students, our relationships, other things that we've got going on. And so Morgan can walk you through the sort of budget framing, which is longer term and more precise than the phrases that I'm giving you right now or the calculations I'm giving you right now. I'm just putting this into perspective. We are managing the speed with which projects are advancing. Some will continue to advance at the fastest speed possible. Some may advance at a slightly slower speed. Some may be put into a very slow speed. All projects are still moving forward in terms of what we're doing. We are working vigorously to continuously extract in the design of the institution efficiencies. We produce a graduate right now for a total cost of about $65,000. Rutgers University produces a graduate for just under $190,000. We're a very, very efficient institution. So as we adjust all of the aspects of the operation of the institution, we do that in an already highly efficient state. So that means we've got to find other means, other tools, other mechanisms, other strategies. And thus far, and you know, we're able to do this. This is nonetheless is a very high moment of uncertainty. The President of the United States twice, and last week I watched both of these interviews live, said, I want all those Chinese kids to be able to come to the American colleges and universities. And we're like, okay, well then process the visas. And so he said that twice. And they're not the largest number of international students that we have, but they're historically have been an important part of the institution. So, Morgan, do you want the clicker? You want me to run the clicker? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have probably more detail in your agenda materials that you can probably stand to read, so I'll just try to summarize what's there. And I'm now sad that we didn't include a picture of a ship on the title slide here, but given President Crow's analogy, some of the primary assumptions that are in the budget materials are in front of you here in terms of pricing for our students, for our immersion students, undergraduate and graduate, 3% increase in rates for residents, and then 5% for non-resident domestic and international students. Digital immersion students that we price separately, 1% increase for undergraduates, 5% for graduates. The budget is based on an assumption.
I'll just add for the newer regions in particular, this is within the policy of the tuition model that we have in place, so we're living within the terms of that model.
The budget information you have for next year is based on an assumption of about a 5% increase in full-time equivalent students. Our digital immersion is expected to grow faster again next year than our campus immersion, which has been the trend for at least 5 or 6 years. Our assumptions around public investment is at the governor's executive budget recommendation level. You heard earlier that there's some initial information now finally available about what's happening in the legislative session, so we'll see what happens there. Coincident with the governor's budget recommendation, we're funded at that level, we would be able to remove the surcharge that was put in place during fiscal year 2025 to make up for reductions in state investment. So all of that is incorporated. On the expense side, we're cognizant of how important it is to make sure that we're affordable and accessible to students, and so we invest in next year's budget over $1.1 billion in student financial aid. And of that, almost $800 million is from institutional funds. We also, of course, have to take care of our employees.
For new regions also, this is an expenditure that's not loans, these are grants.
These are grants, scholarships, yes. So reduction in the net expense with no expectation on the part of students to pay anything back. Employees, 3% merit increase pool is built into these numbers. Benefits are almost a third of salaries and wages compensation. We continue in this budget to invest in high-demand academic programs, and of course are working on ramping up ASU Health as approved by the board a couple of years ago. We also have increased investment in our built infrastructure. Total debt service in this budget goes up about $19 million. The good news is most of that is actually paying down principal rather than increased interest expense. I do want to say a couple of words about risk, and several people have referenced this previously. The way I would describe it is the number of variables that probably are relevant to this budget and the assumptions in it, and the potential range of variation is significantly greater than normal. And so this information was put together probably 5 or 6 weeks ago now. A lot of things can happen in 5 or 6 weeks, at least in the last 5 or 6 weeks. And so those are things that, as President Crow indicated, we're watching very carefully, doing a lot of scenario analysis and planning of alternatives and what we might need to do. I would mention a couple of those. Obviously, potential shifts, reductions, spell that in federal research funding is something that we're looking at closely. Related to that also is a lot of things around the cost of performing that research and how much of those indirect costs are reimbursed by our grantors, particularly the federal government, and what might have to happen there. International student enrollment, we have thousands of new international students who want to be at Arizona State University this fall, but they need to be able to get through the process, and so getting those visa interviews to be opened up at our consulates and embassies is really, really important.
I'll just add for the edification of the regents, these are highly vetted, reviewed, financially assessed, academically assessed, qualified students admitted to our programs. Meaning the review processes that are involved for admission to an American university include your family's finances, your ability to bank resources to be identified that you can pay the bills when you come to the United States. It includes a detailed assessment of your school, your transcript, your assessment, your application, your tests for admission, and all this has already been carried out at very substantial expense, you might imagine. And so once you have your admission, you can't apply for your visa until you know which school you're going to. And now there's no one to process the visas at any of the embassies or consulates of the United States anywhere on the surface of the planet.
One other factor that is not on this slide, but I think it's important to mention, is that there is a lot of deliberation and debate around federal Medicaid funding, and that is a shared responsibility program with all of the states. And so if there are significant reductions in federal effort there, states are going to be faced with decisions around, do they pick up that reduced effort or do they not? And there are serious implications to that. And if they do pick it up, there's certainly a potential for crowding out of other state-funded activities, which could, of course, include public higher education. So let me shift here. This is a slide that shows you the public investment that's included in the budgets in front of you, and I would just remind everyone that this is not only Arizona State University, but ASU public enterprise, so it includes our affiliated entities as well. The primary relevance of that for this is that, as you're aware, we run a number of public charter schools, and the investment level there is about $75 million in state per capita funding, and those are included in these numbers. The assumption in the executive budget is that there's about a $14 million or 2.9% increase in funding. You have details on that in your book, but obviously that's subject of consideration right now in the state budget. This slide reflects our projections around net margin, revenue, less expense. You see what that was in the budget in the green line there, total positive net margin of about $215 million. We're going to do better than that, we believe, as long as we get through the next 18 days or so in good shape.
We will.
So just short of a $300 million positive net margin. Remember, when we include our affiliated entities, that would include the ASU Foundation, which is subject to whatever happens in the capital markets, equity returns, fixed income returns, et cetera, and so can be somewhat volatile. And then you see our estimates there for 25, and then in 26, we think that we will continue to do relatively well there, about $250 million positive net margin. We do expect that our expenses will grow at about a 1% faster rate than our revenue in fiscal year 26, and so that margin declines somewhat. That breakdown of the $250 million, about $43 million of that is ASU University. The rest is our affiliated entities, just for reference. So again, as was indicated, it's been very helpful to have the board's policy with the parameters that you set so we can plan on a multi-year basis. We are within the parameters that the board has established in terms of our pricing, and we have been able to maintain the increase in sticker price now since fiscal year 2012 for Arizona residents of under 3%. In fact, the annual compound growth rate in that time period has been 2.2% in the sticker price. So we feel really good about that in terms of our ability to maintain access and affordability. This is a quick chart on enrollment trends, and again, this assumes that international students will have full access to our universities. I think a couple of the important points there are you can see that we've been able to grow enrollment at almost 5% a year over the last decade. Non-resident or graduate students have made up an increasing proportion of the total FTE enrollment during that time period, and we've similarly been able to grow our graduate enrollment as a part of the total by about 3%. So the next slide reflects our operating revenues by source here.
Let me just interrupt for a second, going back to the previous slide.
Yep.
For Regent Duval in particular. So we're estimating we'll have 9,500 first-year full-time Arizona students in our first-year class, which is a record by a long shot and is a very upwardly steep curve. And so our expansion of our services for students from Arizona is accelerating. That's a very large number. It's still, well, a percentage of what? So we will have somewhere between 12.5% and 14% of all high school graduates in Arizona will be coming to ASU as freshmen.
Probably As you look at these data, it's probably important to remember that this includes both our campus immersion and our online or digital enrollment. And you will recall that the breakdown between resident and non-resident is very different for those two parts of our total enrollment. This is everything. So operating revenues by source, you can see that the majority and an increasing proportion of our total operating budget comes from tuition and fee revenue, and that has been increasing trend over the years. You have some system-wide data in your materials as well. That's not new, but obviously continues. The public investment based on the governor's executive budget for next year would be down below 9% of our total enterprise operating revenues there.
I'll make a comment for the newer regions also, that on that slide, the orange private gifts, that's not what we're raising per year, that's what we're spending from other sources. I mean, this is an operating revenue, so the foundation will announce in 2 weeks that we will have closed more than $610 million of private investments, private gifts to the foundation in this fiscal year. This is not the same thing. So just explain how this is accounted for versus what we raise.
Yeah, so the monies that come into the university's budget are payout on the endowment is one major source, and we spend a little bit over 4% of a moving average of the market value each year. And then our supporters often give us gifts that are held in the ASU Foundation until they're necessary for expenditure, at which point they're transferred to the university and expended as a part of our budget. But it's fair to say that private gifts are becoming an increasing proportion of our total budget here. I think the other thing that I would mention is that
we closed $200 million plus gifts this year, neither of which have been announced yet.
You'll hear more about those soon. It used to be that state investment was the largest piece of the budget pie. It's no longer. It's not second. It's now third. So fairly significant changes there.
Now it's fourth.
I would mention also that research expenditures, has been growing as a proportion of our total budget. We hope that that continues. We're ranked now in the top 5 universities in the country in terms of research expenditures among institutions without a medical school. Of course, in a couple of years, we'll be jumping into a deeper pond when we open the School of Medicine, Advanced Medical Engineering. So we're looking forward to that opportunity. So, other side here, expenses. Again, this is total enterprise. I won't spend a great deal of time on this, but as I said, you can see over $1.1 billion of investment, in the success of our students through financial aid from all sources, institutional and ones that come from the federal government, private donors, and others that are passed through our financial aid office to benefit our students.
I want to make a point on financial aid again for the newer regions. So people often talk about a tuition waiver or somehow not. We have no such thing. This is an expense. We have to still pay the bills to run the institution. So when we invest in financial aid, that means we're taking our revenue and spending it on that student so that that student can more effectively and have a higher probability of finishing their degree. We don't waive anything. We have to have a source of money to pay the tuition for the student.
As you can see here, compensation is still the largest proportion of our total expenditures here, which is typical for colleges and universities. So one of the metrics that we all watch closely is days cash on hand. As you can see, we had budgeted for about 163 days of cash on hand as of year end. We'll, I believe, exceed that at 167 days of cash on hand. And as you would expect, given that our expenses in the budget are rising faster than revenue, next year that will decline slightly to 161 days projected as of June 30, 2026 in this budget. Still comfortably within the parameters that we set, plus or minus 25% of the Moody's benchmark. And so, very comfortable position for us to be financially. So, that is really all I wanted to cover, but I'd be happy to answer questions if the board has them.
Hearing none, thank you. Well presented.
Thank you.
President Cruz Rivera, you and your team are up.
Thank you, Chair Goodyear. We will be presenting our forecast. Our CFO, Bjorn Flugstad, will walk us through. It is pretty much in line with what we have presented to the board in the last couple of meetings.
So thank you, Regent Goodyear. As President Cruz Rivera mentioned, we have been giving updates over the past couple meetings and wanted to just provide this overview for FY26. So as has been mentioned, the key theme is uncertainty in revenue streams. This budget really reflects a realistic view in what we project for this upcoming year, knowing that we will adjust the expenditures to reflect what the revenue stream ends up being. This year was a year of strategic finance, and as communicated to the campus community, we communicated that our 5-year budget projection has a goal for net position increase of 1 to 3% of revenue. Next year, given all of the uncertainty, we're more likely to have a break even. That is our goal, and that's what's reflected in the materials in the board documents. As was mentioned, liquidity, days cash on hand is a key focus. We'll end up next year well within the ABOR approved range. So looking at this upcoming year, we do expect to see a reduction in overall revenue of approximately 4%. That's reflected in this long-term trend, but we will still be at a level that is higher than what we had going into the pandemic, and that's reflected at the $700 million level. And as mentioned, expenditures will be aligned with what the revenue comes in as we go over the next couple months to learn what the appropriation is, what the impact is with enrollment and enrollment mix, and what the impact is with grants and contracts revenue. This gives a little bit of a framework of what the individual categories for revenue look at. You can see where we have pressures, as indicated with the red, downwards shaping arrows, as well as the ones that have the increases. So we do expect to see a very slight decrease in tuition and fees as a enrollment decrease is also factored in, and I'll have a slide coming up on that. We do expect to see, realistically, a reduction in grants and contracts revenue going into this upcoming year. We do have a couple of one-time state grants that are ending this fiscal year. And those are significant and would probably be a $8 million reduction because those two grants for Mesa Workforce Development Center and Wildfire Initiative will not be continuing because they will end. And then you can also see on the flip side some increases, strength in auxiliary revenue as we continue to see students want to stay on campus and or come back to campus after having been off campus, as well as the strength that we've seen in philanthropy and the giving that we've been seeing so far. This year we will end with a record level of giving with the foundation, and we have a good, strong track record now and set up going forward. Going a little bit on the enrollment, we do factor in to these numbers approximately a 3% overall reduction in enrollment. One of the positives within that is incoming non-resident undergrad is a positive right now. So that is really good to see that traction, because they pay approximately 5 times the number of net tuition dollars as compared to a resident student. Another strong factor is retention. Retention of the continuing undergrad students is a strong point at this point in time going into the fall. So that's good. Momentum has been a very significant focus here at NAU, so we're seeing that academic momentum continue with a strong retention aspect. As previously noted, a wild card that we have is international visa application processing and demand. We're continuing to be very flexible and adaptable with either hybrid delivery, online delivery, just to see what we can do to try to capture as many international students as we have. But we do have to see those applications and the interviews actually proceed. So what that does in terms of net tuition revenue, it's a less than 1% overall decrease from this year to next year, and the revenue per student actually is an increase of 2.6% going into next year. This shows you the actual numbers for revenue going from approximately an estimated $735 million this year down to $702 million, 4% overall. When we take a look specifically at the grants and contracts, it is factoring in 20% exclusive of those ending of the one-time state. It's a 15% decline, which is a realistic view. Obviously, we hope to be higher than that, but I think that this is what we would view seeing for this upcoming year. Expenses will be realigned then with the revenue, and we would expect to see overall expenses decline. Some of the grants and contracts, if we do not see those dollars to support those, we will see less salary and wages associated with them. We're also leaning, as we've communicated very heavily, into efficiencies, efficiencies in utility operations, efficiencies in processing. So we expect to be able to manage the operating non-personnel costs very closely. This shows you how we would realign with the projection for the $700 million on the revenue side, seeing the fact that, we've got all other operating and salaries, adjust down with the revenue. And this is the final slide, just a show of the overall liquidity trend, projecting this year to be at 172 for days cash on hand and 167 for this upcoming year, well within the board-approved range of the 130 to 218. With that, let me just stop, see if there's any questions, and can go from there. So thank you.
Are there questions for Bjorn? Regent Stein?
Regent Goodyear, Regent Stein, we will readjust absolutely to see if we do have a reduction in revenues, then we will have reductions very likely in the number of positions that potentially are supported, because if a grant does not have the funding and is not expected to have continuation funding at some point in the future, then those positions would not be supported. So yes, that is true.
So I guess really what my question is how do you expect the university will feel the impact of a 4% reduction in revenues?
Regent Stein, yes, it will be impactful for sure with overall revenue reductions. We've continued to make investments in people and make sure that, and that's incorporated in here, an investment in individuals. However, we will have to lean into being more efficient, in terms of our operations. We will have to be more efficient within our operations and continue to make the investments in individuals. I can tell you that even this year we've been very proactive in terms of being able to be very strong on our position management. Some of the data that were just looked at, we have, I think, reached a peak in terms of overall employee numbers this year. Back in the fall, compared to that point, we're down about 100 since October till just the end of May. So very strong controls on the expenditures, including people, which is the biggest expense, will be very important going forward.
Regent Duvall?
Could you go back 4 slides to the list of operating revenue? Maybe 5 slides. I want to address philanthropy. No, not that far.
That one?
No, the one with the different revenue flows with the dollars associated with each one. But I can just get to my question. First, I've never been more grateful for the president and the university's ability to upscale your philanthropic success. I mean, boy, if there was ever a time when that was necessary, it's this year. But the number, I think it's on this one, the number is $40 million, which is on your operating budget, which is reflected in philanthropic support. But isn't most philanthropy dedicated to particular uses and therefore not available for discretionary operating purposes?
Yeah. Very true. And the numbers that we've provided to the board previously indicate that giving is up. In the OFR, we had mentioned that we had a record number at that point in time for the year of approximately 61 million. As of yesterday, it was nearly 67 million. So continuing to see that strength here for the year. And you are right, emphasizing on the philanthropy, flexible dollars are really important because this is just reflective of the dollars that are, as Morgan mentioned, the payout or reimbursements of expenditures that we draw from the foundation. So having that flexibility in terms of dollars to the foundation is really important to be able then to draw those dollars to backfill and reimburse expenditures. Yeah.
That 40.
Correct.
And use for
correct
the variety of strategic goals that you have. Great. That's impressive. It strikes me as unusually high, and so that's a wonderful thing.
Other questions? Bjorn, thank you. Appreciate your time. President Garamella, you and your team.
Over to John. Keep it short, John.
I'm supposed to have a slide up there. But hey, so you're going to see me later in the afternoon, and so we're going to keep this relatively brief. Next slide, please. Do I advance that myself? That is not it. There we go. The University of Arizona 2026 budget is grounded in the Delivering on Our Promise Strategic Imperatives document that prioritizes student success, research excellence, and community engagement. These imperatives were developed with input from students, faculty, staff, and the greater university community, and you will hear much more about it throughout the afternoon. Similarly, the budget was developed through a collaborative process with our academic and unit leaders. I want to personally thank former Provost Ron Marks for his hours and hours and hours of review, his wisdom and advice as we put these budgets together. I'd also like to thank and recognize the university's budget team that works so diligently on these documents. Some key takeaways. The fiscal 2026 budget eliminates the deficit while continuing to prioritize our academic, research, and engagement missions. The budget continues primarily in a cost-based model, but we have reintroduced some activity-based elements, largely in the research areas. The budget also continues to invest to advance the university. First, we were able to maintain tuition levels for Arizona students, so no tuition increases for resident undergraduates. We are investing in our employees, both faculty and staff, and we have made some strategic investments in new and growing colleges. From a process perspective, we are continuing and will continue to add to our financial training, reporting, and oversight structure. Today, the university has the people and the tools in place to manage the budget, adapt as needed, and meet the needs of our students and community. I think you've all heard at length the unknowns that we have moving into the next fiscal year. We are prepared to meet and adapt as necessary as those unknowns become knowns. We'll focus on cash for just a moment. 18 months ago, facing a $177 million budget deficit, we set out to stabilize our cash position and begin rebuilding towards board-required levels of liquidity. It was a challenge that demanded focus, discipline, and the shared commitment of our entire university. Since then, we've made significant progress, improving cash flows by nearly $185 million between fiscal years 24 and 26. This turnaround reflects the impact of actions we've taken together, and credit belongs to everyone involved. Looking ahead, our priority is to continue strengthening our financial foundation by restoring healthy liquidity. President Garamel's leadership, a cohesive leadership team that we finally have in place, and strong financial alignment across our colleges and administrative units, we are well positioned for the future. We will continue investing in our strategic imperatives to support student success and reinforce long-term financial stability, and I am confident that we are on the right track to rebuild a stronger and more resilient University of Arizona. And finally, just a few other metrics that remain stable and sound. That'll take any questions, knowing that you're going to see me again in a couple hours, and lunch is close.
See you again, if it's okay, if we can save questions for the OFR session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
This is an action item. Annual budgets for Arizona State University, Northern Arizona University, the University of Arizona, and the ABOR office as described in the executive summary. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. Thank you. We appreciate the university's continued focus on the broader funding environment, and we will be prepared for regular updates given the daily changes in financial circumstances. The next item is a request by U of A for the board to approve a multiple-year employment contract for the head women's basketball coach. Desiree Reed-Francois will present this item.
Regent Goodyear, Chair Mata, we appreciate the opportunity to address the board. We are very enthused to have Coach Becky Burke with us. Sorry, I'm getting a little delay. And Coach Burke is leading us into the future, and I know that we stand between you all and lunch, so I will be very brief, and I'm going to cede my time to Coach Burke.
Good afternoon. I just want to start by saying how thankful, appreciative, and excited I am to be here at the University of Arizona as the head women's basketball coach. This is not an opportunity that I take lightly by any means. I understand the importance of this position. I understand just the opportunity that I have to work at a university such as this. It is our goal to graduate champions both on and off the floor. And for our young women, by the time they're done in our program here at Arizona, to be the best ambassadors for this program, for this university, here in Tucson, here in Arizona, but across the country. Make no mistake about it, I'm in the business of winning and winning championships, and I understand how important that side of it is from a basketball perspective. So I just want to say thank you to Desiree, to you guys for giving me this incredible opportunity. And is, again, not something I take lightly. I will work every single day to make everybody in this room proud and do right by the University of Arizona and by you guys. So thank you guys so much for this opportunity and for just the chance to represent Arizona in the best way that we possibly can. Thank you.
Either Desiree or Coach Burke? Seeing none, this is an action item. I move that the board approve the University of Arizona's request for a multiple-year employment agreement for Becky Burke as women's basketball head coach, as described in the executive summary. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Welcome again. Finally.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That concludes the University Governance and Operations Committee portion of the meeting. Chair Mata?
Thank you. So we are going to have a break for lunch, and we will be back at 1:15. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're back now. Our first item this afternoon, the board is asked to approve the appointment of Dr. Patricia Prelock as the Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of Arizona. Dr. Francisco Garcia, would you please present this item? Where's Francisco? Is he here? Oh, it's going to be you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I wrote down something about Patty because if I didn't, I would talk for a long time. So Dr. Prelock is a highly accomplished scientist and scholar, a clinical speech language pathologist, and a university leader. She's authored over 220 publications and has raised about $25 million or so in grants. For the past 3 decades, she served as a faculty member at the University of Vermont. She served as chair of the Department of Communication Sciences, Dean of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, Provost. I got to choose her as Provost there too, and then became interim president for a bit. So she is known for her focus on on well-being and wellness and things like this, so the success of students, faculty, and staff. And I believe she's the ideal person to lead our academic enterprise into the future. A world-class university like the U of A deserves a world-class provost, and I think in Dr. Prelock we have such a provost. So I hope the board will approve her appointment as provost.
Thank you. We are missing Regent Pacheco. We have her on the phone. Okay, perfect. Now we can report. Sorry. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Here none, I move that the board approve the appointment of Dr. Patricia Prelock as the Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of Arizona. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving to item number 8, the board will receive a report on the May 29, 2025 Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. Regent Brewster, as the committee chair, would you please present this item?
At this time, I would like to provide a report on the May 29th Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. The meeting began with an update on fiscal year 2025 of the internal audit activities at each university and the presentation of their proposed fiscal year 2026 internal audit plans. Dr. Morgan Olson and Lisa Grace from ASU reported steady progress on the fiscal year 2025 audit plan, highlighting one significant finding related to Active Directory and privileged access. For fiscal year 2026, ASU proposed 11 assurance projects and 2 advisory reviews, focusing on IT security, compliance, operations, and finance. They also discussed their upcoming 5-year quality review and efforts to optimize audit coverage through risk-based prioritization and potential AI integration. Next up was Bjorn Flugstad and Mark Rupert from the NAU Northern Arizona University. They shared that staffing constraints had led to the deferral of 2 audits. Despite this, audits of biosafety and athletics ticketing were completed without major issues. The fiscal year 2026 plan included NCAA compliance, cloud security, tuition waivers, and expanded fraud risk assessments. Next up, John Arnold and Bill Harrison from the University of Arizona confirmed they were on track to complete fiscal year 2025 audits, including IT security, training, and affiliate oversight, with corrective actions underway covering all. The fiscal year 2026 plan, developed under new leadership, aimed to broaden audit coverage across the health and safety, research, compliance, finance, and IT functions. Lastly, the committee reviewed proposed changes to the charter templates for the university's internal audit departments and their internal audit review boards. The committee then reconvened an executive session to review risk management related to component, unit affiliates, and the review of assignments with the university's chief audit executives. Chair Mata, this concludes my report of the audit.
Thank you, Regent Brewster. Our next item is a report from the Arizona Faculty's Council. We have Dr. Elisa Kawan with us today to provide the AFC report. Dr. Kawan?
I'm right here.
Sorry, I was, looking for,
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
I normally sit over
here.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Mata, regents, leaders, guests, and colleagues. My name is Elisa Kawam. I'm the Senate President for ASU, and I'm honored to join you today as the incoming chair of the AFC and to speak on behalf of our faculty across Arizona's public universities. Kate Ellis, who is our beloved outgoing AFC chair, could not be here today, but she asked me to send her warm regards and welcome to the Regents. Higher education is one of America's greatest strengths in our modern world. It has provided enormous benefits to our nation and has played a crucial part in America's success and global influence. Here in Arizona, our public universities are among our most vital public assets, generating economic growth, enabling social mobility, strengthening family and community well-being, and contributing to resilience statewide. Our universities are not just places for learning. They are regional anchors that attract talent, generate innovation, and strengthen civic life. As our state experiences rapid population growth, shifting labor demands, demands on our public health systems, environmental challenges, and exponential technological advancement, Arizona's future depends on strong, adaptive, and accessible higher education. Our 3 public universities contribute tens of billions of dollars to Arizona's economy each year through research, employment, capital investment, and public services. Our strength comes in part from the breadth and depth of our student body. With about 25,000 international students across our 3 institutions, they are able to bring extraordinary intellectual and cultural richness to our communities. International students represent some of the very best of our universities, contributing to brain gain rather than brain drain. They make our work stronger and more resilient through innovative, collaborative, and real-world knowledge creation. In Arizona, we have remained steadfast, supporting our international students and meeting their educational needs while respecting their worth and dignity as human beings. This is a point of pride and distinction for our faculty and something we hope to see continued in the months and years to come. Presently, we are faced with both the challenge and the opportunity to support our students of the present while also preparing for those that will arrive in the next few years. We simply cannot wait until those students arrive to start to think about this. The intricate duality of the now with the future at the same time is increasingly complicated considering the challenges to our sector in the last 6 months. With this future in mind, we must ask ourselves, who do we want to be in 15, 20, 25 years? As people, as educators, as citizens, as a state. To prepare for our collective future, we must protect and invest in the foundations of our universities. Faculty, staff, facilities, student services, technology, and research. We also must protect academic freedom and institutional autonomy, which enable us to respond flexibly and lead with evidence-based solutions. When institutions are underfunded, politicized, or destabilized, the effects ripple across the workforce, innovation pipeline, economy, and health system, ultimately threatening Arizona's long-term sustainability and competitiveness. Our future, too, is predicated on this trusted partnership with the board and with our university leaders who are here today. For us as faculty, the path forward is pretty clear. Robust, unified, bipartisan support for higher education is essential. We must act together in prioritizing affordability, protecting need-based financial aid, investing in critical infrastructure with dedicated research funding. We must reaffirm that education is not just an individual or private benefit. It is an essential public good, and we as faculty, we believe a basic human right for all, regardless of nationality, creed, or background. Arizona's public universities are among our most powerful tools for ensuring long-term prosperity, health, innovation, and equity. With thoughtful policy, cross-sector collaboration, and strategic investment, we can ensure we remain strong, innovative, and deeply connected to the communities we serve now and for the generations to come. I've come to the end of our statement for this cycle, this meeting, and I want to take a brief moment to thank, again, our outgoing chair, Kate Ellis, Professor Kate Ellis from NAU. She's in Utah right now at the Shakespeare Festival with her students. For her tremendous leadership and collegiality, we are very grateful to have served with her. I also want to thank our AFC, who has pulled together like no other the last couple of years, and they are amazing colleagues. Some of them are here today, some of them are watching. One of our ASU colleagues is in Italy right now watching. So if you see them, please thank them, and please join in your appreciation of them. And then, of course, I'm happy to address any questions, comments that the board may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Kawam. Any questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Student Regents Report. Regent Zaragoza, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone present. It's a little sad to solo this report, given that Regent Fisher is spending time away from the summer heat in Prescott, but given her productivity, I'm sure she's having a great time. But I'm definitely going to try and look for some payback, given that she's left me out to dry. So before I begin, I'm going to give a brief shout out to my successor, Student Regent Designee Garcia. I've been hanging out with him most of the day, and it's been great to get to know him. I was hoping that the governor would appoint somebody who was genuinely interested, and you've just constantly exceeded my expectations. So could not be happier to have you here and to know that this position is in good hands as well. So with that said, back in 2021, student regents, I believe LeCure and Rusk took the initiative to start a work group focused on food and housing insecurity. And this student-driven approach really set the tone for everything else that has followed since. You know, the major breakthrough came when the board formalized a requirement for each university to submit annual reports on their basic needs efforts. And this made it so that everyone in the system would experience accountability and transparency when reporting these needs. These reports, they've served multiple purposes. You know, they drive continuous improvement. They highlight what has worked well and what is working well. And they identify gaps across all institutions and help track our progress as a board. And the reality is that student success, it starts with meeting basic needs. You know, when you're dealing with food insecurity or unstable housing or mental health challenges, the student's academic performance and likelihood of staying in school, they both take a hit. Thankfully, the board has developed its own approach, you know, in coordinating basic needs committees and their services and strategies, making sure that student events, research, peer engagement, that these work to reduce stigma and build awareness of these challenges that students face. Make sure that we have online portals and centralize our resources with potential integration into the main ABOR website. And it makes it possible for faculty to include optional syllabus requirements or statements that promote awareness of these available services. In recognizing how closely mental health connects to student success, ABOR officially expanded its focus to include mental health and wellness in September of 2024. Regent Fisher and I, we made sure to lead some mental health convenings that demonstrated the collective commitment to student well-being across the system. And we were selected for the inaugural Student Mental Health and Wellness Learning Community, which was sponsored by SHIO and the JED Foundation, which serves to recognize ABOR's reputation as a forward-thinking board. And Chad, I just want to say, sorry, Director Sampson, I want to say thank you for putting in a good word for us before SHIO and JED. I mean, knowing how capable a director you are and how eloquent you are, I really appreciate that you took the time to sponsor this initiative and to highlight it. It's very valued on my end. And under your leadership, we made sure to attend that Basic Needs Academy, as I said, which included a sub-grant to improve data infrastructure, make sure that metrics were standardized across institutions. So with all that said, our comprehensive definition, the board's comprehensive definition of student basic needs, it includes food security, housing security, mental health, and emotional well-being security, transportation access, healthcare access, and technology access. And I believe that by addressing holistically the needs that students face, the board is making sure that they will be serviced regardless of whether or not they know it. And moving forward, this initiative is going to sustain and deepen the commitment of our universities by using data from the Basic Needs Academy to inform state-level strategy and funding decisions. It's going to strengthen coordination across the 3 universities to reduce duplication, share successful practices. And it's going to continue to amplify student voices through the regents and our listening sessions. It's going to position Arizona as a national model for integrated student well-being strategy across the public university system. And I could not be prouder to be supported by our wonderful staff, our office. I feel like they never get enough praise, but so many people have been so helpful throughout this whole process, and I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Zaragoza. Before we move to our next item, I would like to take a moment to recognize Regent David Zaragoza. He's completing his 2-year term as a student regent. During his 2-year tenure, Regent Zaragoza has been actively engaged in various board initiatives, including the mental health group alongside with student regent Jadine Fisher. This work group has been instrumental in promoting student well-being, basic needs, and addressing mental health concerns across Arizona's public university. Through campus-wide listening sessions, he has helped gather valuable insights and feedback from students, ensuring that their voices are heard and needs are addressed. Regent Zaragoza, who recently graduated from Arizona State University with an engineering degree, has been a strong advocate for students in Arizona. He has been committed to making a college education more accessible. And I remember when I met you the first time that I asked you, what are your priorities? And you told me, access, and especially in the rural areas where, because you say that you come from that kind of city, and you have been doing everything possible for that. So he has been a tireless public servant working on behalf of Arizona students to ensure they have the opportunity to go to college and to be successful at our universities. And in case you miss Regent Zaragoza, when I asked you to deliver the motivational and inspirational remarks to his fellow Sun Devils when he addressed the ASU 2025 undergraduate class, emphasizing the power of education, and it was powerful commencement address. Regent Zaragoza, please accept our sincere and heartfelt appreciation of your tremendous service on this board and to the state of Arizona. And here is just a token. And I call you sobrino. And I was talking to President Garimela that we keep talking in Spanish no matter what. So, gracias. ¿Por qué no te vienes para acá? Voy para allá. Yo creo que voy para acá. Gracias por todo lo que has hecho por nosotros. Sabemos que estando en el colegio, estudiando, y encima de eso todos los binders que recibías, tuviste... We're laughing because I say you have like all these big binders that on top of everything he has to do to make sure that he graduate, he read the entire binder, right? Yeah. Congratulations, thank you. Thank you. ¿Quieres decir algo? No.
Bueno, sí.
Dale, a ver, ¿qué dices?
Well, I was not expecting this big of a gift, so it means a lot. What I will say is that I applied for this position, like the chair said, wanting to increase student access from rural backgrounds. I mean, I'm from Yuma. I didn't know what it was like to live in a big city or to tour ASU as a middle schooler. So it was a big jump for me, but I wanted to bring that perspective to the board. I don't know why I majored in engineering. I think that may have been a mistake. Spoken like a true electrical engineer. I thank you for that. But suffice to say, this university, this system has been a tremendous blessing for my life. Plenty of people have been asking throughout the day what my plans are for life after graduation, and I kid you not, I signed the offer letter yesterday, so it could not have come at a better time. But I'll be working as an RF manufacturing engineer in South Tempe for Southwest Microwave. If any of you need home security systems, underground fences, I'm your guy. But yeah, I'll be working on the manufacturing floor. I'll be reviewing schematics, designing new radio frequency apparatuses to make sure that people's homes and their businesses are kept safe. I'm really happy for this opportunity, especially since it was always my goal to stay in Arizona, to contribute to our state's brain gain, not brain drain. And it just could not have come at a better time. So I'm very thankful to be here. Very thankful that the two people who started this journey with me, my mom and dad, are coming into town tonight to celebrate. They are my biggest blessings and the people who have most contributed to whatever success I've had. And I just cannot be more thankful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. So I would like to open the floor to the regents and the president.
Could
Yeah,
I
Regent
just-
President Garimella.
Yep. Regent Zaragoza, David, thank you for your service and leadership. I'm pleased to present you with a uniquely U of A gift of mirror glass from the Richard F. Karras Mirror Laboratory. Each piece of mirror glass is unique, like you, and traditionally given by the U of A to outgoing regents in recognition for their service and support. It's a striking example of ingenuity shaping the future of discovery, and I hope you're inspired by it each day you go to work. A personal thanks from me for your humanity, your warmth, and your friendship. We wish you well, and we look forward to all of your future leadership and accomplishments.
President Crow.
Last summer, I was in northern Spain. I happened to be on this bus, and I sent a picture of the sign for Zaragoza, Spain, before I went into the town, which has been there for 2,000 years. It was founded during the Roman Empire, and yeah. And I sent you that note because you know, you're a part of a family that's been moving along for a long time. You and I have talked many times. I think you haven't made a mistake by studying engineering. You're only, you know, less than 25 years old. I wouldn't add up your mistakes yet. I mean, I would take what you got. And so it's exciting that you have your job. You've been a dedicated regent. You've been unbelievably dedicated to students. That's what we always talk about, students, their success, the success of the university. How can we be better? You've been a model regent. You've been a model ASU student. You, like me, chose to not be a straight A student. I don't know what happens to those straight A students. I don't know where they.
Degrees. What can I say?
Yeah. B's get degrees is what he just said. Yes, it's true. And so that you have a broadly scoped vision for yourself going forward, and I will continue as I have even today to harass you at every moment about your next steps and where you're going and where you're headed. Now, along the way, you did become a fan of ASU football, and it just so happens that you were a fan in significantly this year, which was a great year for our team. And so here is an ASU football that happens to be signed to you specifically by Coach Gillingham.
Yay.
This is a book summarizing the football team itself that just came out. Very exciting. And since you were successful in your pursuit of an ASU degree,
President Cruz Rivera. Thank you, President Crow.
So I want to echo the words of all my colleagues. David, it's been wonderful to see you grow in this position over the last couple of years. Your steadfast focus on basic needs for all of our students has really not only led to specific initiatives, but also to a culture change in the way that we approach these issues. So, encantado de conocerte, sé que van a haber muchas cosas buenas en tu vida y siempre estamos aquí a la orden para ti. So what we have is, because at NAU, you know, we very much value having a good time. So we have an NAU cap for you. We have, of course, the expected NAU cookie. But this is the first time we've done one where it's actually has a plaque on it. So, you know, that's very special. Hopefully you'll be able to do some barbecuing in your new job. So this is a special edition barbecue apron. The only other owner of one of these is me. So. And about engineering, it's all very much about who you are inside and how you project to others. And so this is a book that I like very much. It's a picture book. It's called Open Circuits, The Inner Beauty of Electronic Components. And I hope that you love it. Congratulations, and it's been great having you.
Best-selling list.
Regent Zaragoza, trajiste la carretilla porque. Okay. Any other regions that would like to say anything to Regent Zaragoza? Chad, you want?
I'd love to share on behalf of the staff to Regent Zaragoza. David, the staff has been in awe of you since your hearing. Your hearing was one of the most intense that we've seen. One of the two most intense I've seen in my 16 years watching these. And at first, we were quite worried. And then a team that watches these a lot were in awe of how an individual of your age, and not even your age, of any individual, to be able to handle that with such grace and such composure was really impressive. And that is how you live your life. And as a staff, we're very lucky to have served under you. Usted es un hombre de fe, compasión y poder. And we're grateful for you.
Okay, any other regions? Okay, so we can move on.
No, I got it.
Okay, so sorry. Regent Goodyear.
What a joy. You've just added so much value. And after first meeting you, I remember going to Aaron Hart from the governor's office and saying, hey, you know, whatever process you went through to find Zaragoza, do it again. Not to replace you, but repeat it with future regents. And naturally, we have had great success with Jaden Fisher and Lee Stein. And wow, what value you add and what a remarkable young man you are. And we're really fortunate to have had you in our world. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your service and for the education system, and really we will miss you, but we always have the text now that we should be in touch no matter what, right? So thank you. So our next item in the university is the University of Arizona Fiscal Year 2025 Operational and Financial Review. President Garimella, you have the floor now.
We'll start with Levi Escara, who will come up for a minute before I go up.
Thank you, President, Regents. I'm going to share with you our land acknowledgement statement. We respectfully acknowledge the University of Arizona is on the land and territories of indigenous peoples. Today, Arizona is home to 22 federally recognized tribes, with Tucson being home to the O'odham and the Yaqui. The university strives to build sustainable relationships with sovereign native nations and indigenous communities through education offerings, partnerships, and community service. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Levi leads our engagement with tribal nations and with Native American communities. So thank you. I could not be happier to be up here with you to share the story of the U of A over the last 8 months or so. But first of all, thank you, Chair Mata, Vice Chair Goodyear, and all of the regents for being here. I do want to thank the staff. I know it's been a little challenging, but the staff that put on all aspects of events like this, there's never enough thanks for them. So for their grace, their competence, and for their hard work. There's a lot of work that goes into these, as you know. And so I want to give a special shout out to Steve Patterson and his team. They've totally revamped how we think about safety and security on this campus, and it's been just, I don't know how bad it was before, but it's really in pretty good shape today. So Steve, thank you to you and your team. Thank you to the ABOR office, led by Chad Sampson, Director Sampson, who ensure that the board is well served. And of course, our great partners from ASU and NAU, Michael, Jose Luis. It's an honor to serve with you together to advance higher ed in Arizona. I definitely want to thank our faculty, staff, and students, without whom we would not have this story to tell. I'm excited to have this opportunity to update you on the strategic directions that the University of Arizona is planning and has the journey we've been on. We recently completed our strategic imperatives, as you've heard. We call it Delivering on Our Promise, which will form the framework for much of today's presentation. But first, I want to share a few recent highlights. That illustrate the scale of our impact and the excellence that defines this institution. So here's a small sampling. Of course, it's small text, but I've shared with you from time to time the headlines that have come out. On top left, you see a fusion op-ed about fusion energy and the importance of it for the state of Arizona and for the country and the globe that Tomas Diaz de la Rubia and I had written. We thank ABOR for its support through TRIF funds that have invested in this, and we're off to a good start. You'll hear more about this from Tomas later. We had an op-ed, the second one on the there is, we had an op-ed on the impact of university research nationally as well as here at the U of A. We talk about the impact on the Arizona economy and the lives and livelihoods of fellow Arizonans, of our 1 billion research enterprise. It goes from Alzheimer's to cancer to space to sustainable mining. We'll share with you a video in a little bit here that illustrates some of that. The other headlines are in prominent national and state outlets that feature our research, our programs, and our initiatives. The Hetchinger report up there, which focuses on Dean A.P. Duran's work on increasing humanities majors through workforce readiness, is an important one because the national trend has been to see shrinking enrollments there, and he's done an amazing job. We have national news outlets up there, the New York Times, NBC, CNN, Reuters, et cetera, that have talked about the origin of coronaviruses, exploring our universe with the Webb telescope, understanding heart disease, diabetes, brain disease, hormones, and the risk of cancer for firefighters that we heard about earlier today. There are important stories there as well about the Big Idea Challenge that you'll hear a little more about, our student athletes and their academic success, support for military-connected students that we're very proud of, and the state impact of our U.S. Mining Summit. There's also an article there about our work in Yuma. So it's just a sampling. We've been sharing these with you. There'll be many more to come as the great work of our faculty and staff and students continues. We're recognized for our excellence. I want to point out one particular ranking on there, the ranking from the Center for World University Rankings. We're recognized as among the top 0.5% of the world's best universities, 26 among all US publics, and 102 globally out of nearly 22,000 institutions. The reason this ranking is important to me is that it values the quality of education we provide, the employability of our graduates, the quality of our faculty, and the research performance. I think these are things we value, and that's what that ranking values. Of course, there's a number of other great rankings on there. We have many degree programs that are in the top 10 in the nation, including space sciences, management information science, earth sciences, photography, film, and on and on. We are #1 in the country for water resources and for entomology. If I didn't bring up entomology, I would get an email right after saying, why don't you talk about insects? Well, insects are important too. We're very proud of our service to veterans and military-affiliated students. It's earned us high rankings in Military Times. That ranking is improved. We were at a 48th spot from the inaugural appearance in 2018, and we're now number 4 overall in 2024. We're very proud of that. We have very accomplished students. Didn't want to crowd that slide, but I wanted to point out 2. We have the Churchill Scholarship winner, Bryce Wilson, on the screen, and the Truman Scholarship winner, Ojas Sanghi. Bryce is one of only 18 students in the nation to win a prestigious and highly competitive award. He'll pursue his master's in clinical neuroscience at Cambridge, and Ojas studies computer science and future resilience in the Franke Honors College. And more accomplished students. Here's another great point of success, of course, that you all know of. You were there. The UA team won the Tri-University competition at the Regents Cup. That's the 6th offering, I understand. I'm really proud of the demonstration of civic engagement and civil discourse that our students demonstrate from the 3 universities, and I applaud the board for starting an event like this. Yvonne Davis won our storytelling competition, and Ananya Singhvi, her teammate, won number 2. Connor Hunting and Desiree Riley placed 2nd in Oxford debate, and they won the overall spot. We're also, of course, proud of our student athletes' performance in the classroom. Arizona Athletics has prioritized student success, and it shows. With our 504 Wildcats earning a record average GPA last fall, and you'll hear more about that from Desiree Reed-Francois later today. Of course, we care about their performance on the field as well. We do cultivate champions. I was so proud and pleased to congratulate our men's wheelchair basketball team earlier this spring. They brought home our first national title for this incredible program. The women's triathlon team won their first NCAA national title in strong team performance, with 4 Wildcats placing in the top 10. It's only the 2nd year of competition for this program, and so we expect a lot more in the coming years. I hope you're all following. I know Regent Goodyear is a particular fan of baseball. Omaha Bound baseball team, I believe they're already there. They won the Big 12 championship, and we're looking forward to them bringing home a 3rd national title for us this year. We're also bringing home Big 12 titles in women's golf and men's tennis, and individual event wins by men's and women's swimming and men's track and field. This success is obviously driven by our excellent coaches, 2 of whom were recognized as Big 12 Coaches of the Year, Giovanna Mayman for women's golf and John Cord for gymnastics. Okay, before you start feeling a little sleepy after lunch, you have to watch this thing again. How many times have you seen this? Let's watch it one more time.
They need a 3 to get to overtime. Del Orso running the line. Get it off to Love. Love, mid-court. Shot is up. Good! Love has hit a 3. We're going to overtime. From backcourt, Caleb Love has just tied this game at 71. Bedlam at McHale. 5 more minutes of basketball, and we deserve it.
I wanted that volume to be blasted louder, but that's okay. So it sounds great. And then, of course, in our first year of competition in the Big 12, we feel really good about claiming the title here. So let's watch.
Pluta brings the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Bear down. Omaha bound. Arizona is going to the College World Series.
Because we're stuck with you all here, I won't be able to go to that game. So anyway, I love you guys. Really proud to be here. So I just want to share also that obviously this is my first year here. Desiree, you missed the beautiful clips. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So I've enjoyed every single interaction, my visits on campus, and they're too many, too numerous to be all captured here. But across the state, and across our campus, I've just really enjoyed my interactions. Of course, from Yuma to the Salt River Project's impressive system of dams that basically allow Phoenix to thrive. Arizona has wonderful people. You all know this. It's got an amazing landscape that's unique in the world and incredible assets. And so I thought I'd capture just a sampling here. Regent Mata introduced me to our fans and supporters early in my time here at a tailgate off to the top left. We welcomed General Chance Saltzman. He's Chief of Space Operations for the U.S. Space Force. He met with our ROTC cadets and stopped by Old Main. It's always fun to hang out with students, like I did there outside McHale Center one morning. I think we were distributing donuts or something. Donuts get people going. We took a helicopter tour of the Salt River Project watersheds. I hope every one of you have had a chance to do that. It's just mind-blowing. We spent 3 or 4 hours in the helicopter, and it's amazing. We had an introductory meeting for me at the Greater Phoenix Leadership, where we had some State House leaders there. We had our first ever staff social on the mall down in the middle. It was very well received, and we hope it's an annual tradition. And there are a number of other, the Mirror Lab, of course, on the left. That was my first day on campus. I'd heard so much about the Mirror Lab that, of course, Buell, our irrepressible leader there, wanted 3 hours, and I said, you got 45 minutes. His heart broke, but it was beautiful. And then we've got Henry Louis Gates Jr., who gave an amazing talk. He lets me call himself Skip now, so it's great. We're friends. So, and then we had commencement, and some of you were here for commencement. 6,000 plus graduates, 40,000 plus guests in Arizona Stadium. It was our largest commencement ever. It was an amazing evening, my first, and we're pleased we could send off the class of 2025 with an inspirational message from the world-renowned speaker and adventurer, Eric Weinmeier. If you haven't caught the clip of his talk, he was spellbinding. He went over, but no one noticed. It was just everybody was at the end of their seats, and let's do one more of these. Our students are our North Star. And as we gather here today to celebrate, I hope the pride we all feel only begins to reflect the pride you feel in yourselves. Every bit of applause, every congratulatory word and embrace, every moment of recognition is truly yours. Soak it in and enjoy it. You've certainly earned it.
Going blind was scary, but not fully living. Well, that was terrifying. People fall into 3 categories. We call them quitters, campers, or climbers. Campers, we found, were a fascinating group because, well, they make up so much of the world. These people who start out climbing with excitement and optimism and hope, as I think we all do. And then somewhere along that ascent, things get in the way. We lose belief in ourselves or in the cause or in the team. Climbers are a rare group who continue to figure out a way to grow and evolve and explore and challenge themselves every day of their lives. And so the question I ask myself every day is, how do I climb when it makes so much more sense? It is so much easier to camp. I call them alchemists. They're able to take the lead that life piles on top of them and figure out a way to transform it into gold. With an alchemist, they don't just do the traditional things that you always hear about. They don't just survive adversity. These alchemists, they do something different. They've figured out how to seize hold of that storm of adversity that swirls around us, to harness that energy and use that energy to propel themselves forward to places they would have never gone to. With an alchemist, you can throw them in the midst of a fierce, uncertain environment. You strip away their resources. You throw roadblocks in front of them. They'll still find a way to win. Not despite adversity, because of it. So I don't wish you a life of comfort and prosperity, a life of camping. Instead, I wish you a life rich with adversity. Adversity that sculpts you, that stretches you, that tests you, that pushes you to reach just a little bit farther. I can almost guarantee you, it will not be easy, but it'll always be a great adventure.
So the Alchemist Wildcats, give them all a big hand. I wonder if we should have Eric back every time. And so you've heard about our strategic imperatives process. We had some great sessions, generative, productive conversations across campus, a whole host of groups that we conversed with, we learned from. We asked them what makes the U of A distinctive and where we should go together. My partners in crime, John Pollard and Amanda Krause, we spent more time together than I've spent with almost anyone else. They were a great help. These conversations were energizing and inspiring, and they led to a draft document that we then shared with campus, and we had got about 700 comments back. We updated the document based on those, on that feedback, and so now that lays out for us it's really a pathway, and what do we hold dear? What are the most important imperatives for us? And then Patricia Prelock and many of our senior leaders, we've got a lot of deans that have joined us, and our vice presidents and vice provosts, they will all work together along with the department heads and directors, our shared governance partners, faculty, staff, and students on the next steps, and you'll hear a bit more about that as well. So there are three main imperatives that we gleaned out of the conversations we had. Success for every student. We wouldn't be a university if we didn't have this as our North Stars, so of course we'll prioritize our students. From the beginning, when we recruit them, when we bring them into ensuring their mental health, physical health, their opportunities for internships, for research, for study abroad, and jobs, and then graduate them on time and get them into productive lives. And so this is big for us, and Provost Prelock will share more with you. But I will take just an aside from the planned slides, because I have some good news for you, as one example of our commitment to student excellence and excellence of their experience. Hot off the press, just yesterday, we heard, I was very, very pleased, and I'm proud to announce that we've secured a generous gift of $20 million from a great support of the U of A to truly elevate our study abroad initiative with the intention of doubling first and then tripling the participation in study abroad. In my mind, almost nothing rivals a semester abroad in terms of broadening the horizons of students, so I'm very excited about this particular gift, and we'll come back to you with more about that. The person who's given us that money is a household name, and we'll announce that later. You can kind of be, you can tell them if you want, that's okay. So that'll be a surprise that comes up later. And then the second imperative that we've got is research that shapes our future. And so performing transformational research that has great impact, and we invest strategically in there. Again, I thank ABOR for its help with TRIF fund investment in some of these areas that Tomas will talk about a bit later, our signature initiatives, but we're also supporting our core strengths and fundamental discovery, and that will drive our future growth and success. Tomas, you'll hear much more from. And the third imperative is engagement, right? So we are so proud of the University of Arizona's land-grant mission of engagement with Arizona, from cooperative extension to educating Arizona's healthcare workforce. We create partnerships and programs that enable our entire state to thrive economically and societally. So I'll certainly share more on this imperative with you in a little bit. I wanted to share with you some of our most recent hires. We're building an outstanding leadership team to meet these bold ambitions. I want to introduce some of the newest faces. course, there's Patricia Prelock that you just approved as our new provost. We've got Tomas Diaz de la Rubia that you've had a chance to spend some time with. Amanda Krause was confirmed into her vice president role for student affairs. Francisco Garcia came in as our chief of staff. I think he's the only chief of staff in the country who's a member of the National Academy of Medicine, so thank you, Dr. Garcia. Chris Wong Davis came to us just a few months ago and is already making a huge impact. She's leading our enrollment management operation. And Jennifer Barton, I saw her come in as well. She stepped in as interim vice provost for health programs. And so there are many others we've brought on, but I thought I'd just give you a sampling of the great team we're assembling. And today we've actually structured our report around the strategic imperatives, and I've asked our leaders to share more about each area. So Patty, Amanda Krause, Chris Wong Davis will be joined by Greg Heileman and Jenny Lee, and they'll talk about our student success. We'll have Tomas on our research enterprise and plans, and I will discuss engagement after that. Rounding that out will be John Arnold, who'll present the boring stuff. He'll talk about business and finance, the outlook, not boring, really. Desiree Reed-Francois will pick the speed back up there with athletics, and JP Rosniak is here. He will talk to us about fundraising. And so, so I just want to also acknowledge that, right, there's great promise, but it's important to recognize that we are at a time of significant challenges. We do recognize our challenges. The image shows that we've been here a while. Old Main doesn't look like that today. But we've weathered a lot, and when we face headwinds, we will meet them and come out stronger and more resilient on the other side. We'll hear about how we're approaching challenges in enrollment management from Chris, including the demographic cliff you all know about, international student challenges that you've heard about, increasing competition for students. We'll hear about federal changes to research support and how the University of Arizona is adapting to that, and in engagement, how we're focused on building more productive partnerships. John will share about our needs in deferred maintenance and core systems. They always need more investment and support. But this is a forward-looking team, and we have big opportunities as well. And so with our great academic and research strengths, that will help attract new students, a long history of research excellence and distinctive strengths that will drive our impact into the future, including in our areas of strategic focus, and a statewide presence and a tradition of partnership with our communities that offer a strong platform on which the University of Arizona will build a more coordinated, viable, and strategic model of engagement. Let me close by showing you one quick slide. Obviously, you'll hear much more about this. I wanted to give you a brief look at our budget. The bullets are important. We've closed out a daunting $177 million of deficit. This is not an easy task. We covered that in a short time. It took so many people to come together, our deans, departments, faculty, staff, of course, John and his shop, and support from the board. And we've done that while keeping our in-state tuition flat. We're not increasing our in-state student tuition, and we're offering raises to our faculty and staff. I'm very proud of this accomplishment of the team. Our budget in FY25 was about $3 billion. You will see that the largest portion of the budget is grants and contracts by far, and net tuition and fees, right? So both of these are driven by remarkable faculty and staff. The faculty and staff are supporting our students, bringing in the grants, and we're grateful to the state, of course, for the state appropriation shown there that is obviously foundational for us. And so now you will hear from some of our impressive group of senior leaders, I want to also point out to those listening here that know this already, but anyone listening from afar, that no complex and large institution like the University of Arizona is run by one person. I'm a representative of a very strong leadership team, and I could not do my job if I didn't have a strong, aligned team that is working together. I'm so proud of the folks that are here today. So with that, I will yield to Patty Prelock and her team. Thank you for this part of it.
Thank you so much. I'm President Garamella, and thank you to the board for making my position official today. I did not want to have to go back to Vermont, although the weather is a lot more appealing there than it is here in Arizona. I'm really honored to serve as the provost for the University of Arizona, and I very much look forward to working with ABOR. It's also hard to believe that nearly a month has passed since I began my role as provost, and it has been truly inspiring to witness the incredible work across this campus and to be able to contribute to the ongoing effort to make the University of Arizona a leader in educational innovation, in impactful research, and meaningful service to our people here in Arizona. I've really been impressed with our incredible faculty, staff, and students. So as President Garamella described in his opening remarks, the University of Arizona is truly shaping its future, guided by a set of strategic imperatives that will further our excellence as an educational and scholarly institution. So as he mentioned, access and success for every student is one of the 3 strategic imperatives articulated by the University of Arizona. And that success begins with several things. First, we have to have a high quality, high caliber faculty from many disciplines and fields of study in which we offer degrees. Secondly, enhancing our student recruitment, orientation, and retention is going to be a particular focus for us. Third, providing our students with research and study abroad opportunities, and we're so excited about the new gift that was just announced. And of course, focusing on career outcomes. These are all key components to make sure that our students graduate and are successful in their future careers. So you'll see some of these highlights in my team's presentation today, but we've prepared a short video for you to...
Greetings, Wildcats. It's a special time of year here at the University of Arizona. As students complete exams and final projects, and our campus readies for commencement, we're reminded of what makes this university such a vital and vibrant place. For our graduating students, this season marks a moment of achievement. For all of us, it offers a moment of reflection and renewed purpose. At the heart of that purpose is student success. In our strategic framework, delivering on our promise, student success stands as our North Star. And not just for today's students, but for the generations of Wildcats to come. Because while commencement celebrates a chapter completed for our graduates, the university's responsibility as Arizona's land-grant flagship institution is to look forward and ask ourselves, what does student success mean, and how will we achieve it? Not just now, but in the years ahead. Of course, academic excellence is a central part of the answer. From the day a student arrives on campus, we focus on building a pathway that challenges and inspires them to strive for excellence. This means rigorous classroom learning across disciplines, from engineering to fine arts, and from medicine to agriculture. But student success also means what happens beyond the classroom. We will ensure that every Wildcat has access to life-changing opportunities. Internships that connect them with industry leaders, undergraduate research that sparks discovery and imagination, and global study experiences that open their minds to new perspectives. These experiences are more than enrichment. They're essential for preparing students to lead, to solve complex problems, and to thrive in an unpredictable world. Our commitment to student success also includes robust support systems, personalized advising, prioritization of mental and physical health services, and programs that foster purpose and belonging. Aligning these efforts helps students grow, not just as scholars, but as confident individuals ready to contribute to society. This work rests on the dedication of our faculty and staff, who bring extraordinary talent, care, and vision to every aspect of the student experience. And it is powered by our belief that an investment in our students is an investment in Arizona's future. When our students succeed, our communities prosper. Wildcats become scientists, entrepreneurs, educators, healthcare providers, artists, engineers, and civic leaders. They help grow our state's economy, solve real-world challenges, and build stronger, more resilient communities. In every sense, they are the university's promise. So, as we celebrate this season, one of completion for some, but of renewal and new beginnings for all of us, let us also commit ourselves to what comes next. The University of Arizona will continue to welcome, support, and empower students from every background, and to do so with purpose, pride, and ambition. Our promise will continue to guide us, and we're determined to deliver. Because student success is our mission, their growth our legacy, and their future our shared horizon. Bear down.
So as I mentioned earlier, student success begins with our faculty, and we have a mix of faculty across different tracks to really enable the university to achieve its core mission for student success and academic achievement and our world-class position in research and in creative expression. We also have identified mentorship training as a priority for us, and in the last 2 years, over 1,100 faculty and graduate students have completed evidence-based mentorship training. Our opportunity here is really to retain the highest quality faculty through strategic and proactive retention efforts. So, we do have a number of, I didn't even touch anything. It's magic. So although we have numerous faculty we could highlight, we would like to share a few standouts. As you can see, we have 2 National Academy elected members this year. Professor Steiner is a Regents Professor of Anthropology, and she was elected to the National Academy of Sciences. And our own Suresh Garamella was elected to the National Academy of Engineering this year. We also had 2 members who were elected into the National Academy of Inventors, both Professor Jung and Professor Mahalanobis, and we are very proud of the work that they are doing. We have 3 Regents professors who were identified and nominated, and those are Professor Niklich, Wu, and Zaritsky. We also have several faculty honors that were presidential awards for excellence in mathematics and science teaching and mentoring, and 3 early career awards for scientists and engineers. And this really recognizes their mentorship of underrepresented students and their innovative teaching methods. Over the past 15 years, we've made significant investments and heavily invested in the development of faculty learning communities to drive classroom innovation and a more engaging student-focused approach. The university currently has 61 collaborative spaces that really fosters our students' ability to engage in hands-on learning, as well as to engage in problem solving with one another. Our undergraduate and graduate curricula are infused with cutting-edge knowledge created by research faculty working side by side with our teaching faculty. And we have modernized our programs, so we're serving both as a repository of knowledge created over the centuries, so teaching math, English, history, and sociology, but also creating new knowledge that is really focused on the boundaries of old traditions, such as cognitive neuroscience, cognitive science, artificial intelligence, business analytics, and medical device technology. With all of this wonderful success and excitement, there are still challenges that we recognize. So despite the commitment of our faculty to the University of Arizona, the current threats to higher education and our current budgetary limitations do challenge us in retaining our top faculty. Our career track faculty have really become a critical part of our overall faculty, as they're essential to achieving our mission for student success. We are paying close attention to their workloads and the awarding of multi-year contracts so we can maintain their engagement. Recently, we also undertook a holistic review of all of our academic programs that are really going to help us inform what are the strategic investments that we want to make through the creation of high-quality academic programs that are truly relevant to the state and to the country. And finally, we need to really think about new processes for faculty governance that are true to the principles of academic freedom, but are responsive to our rapid growth of knowledge. And I look forward to continuing to work with our faculty and Faculty Senate to do that. I'd now like to have you learn about some highlights and challenges and opportunities in enrollment management, and Chris Wong-Davis is going to lead you in that discussion.
Thank you so much, Provost Prelock. Well, I'm not as new as Provost Prelock. I have just returned to the U of A. This is my alma mater, and I'm a native Tucsonan, so it's an honor to sit and listen to all of the phenomenal things that are happening at this institution, be inspired by the ways in which students can engage and learn at the institution. And I'm excited to talk more about how we lean into the opportunities for our students as we're recruiting them around the country. We recruit not just in Arizona, but nationally and globally as well, to partake in these opportunities well beyond the classroom, and really excited to be able to share study abroad opportunities as we explore this expansion. In addition, to be housed in Tucson, a community known for its commitment to sustainability in the desert, it's known for its bilingual and bicultural environment. It boasts a really rich place for a student to engage in their post-secondary educational pursuits. In addition to that, we remain very proud that the majority of our undergraduates participate in research, working right alongside the faculty members that Provost Prelock referenced. Adam is a great example of one of the 10 Flynn Scholars who are joining us at the U of A in fall 2025. Adam is studying in just one of the many unique programs that are innovative and interesting to our new students coming in. He will be studying in the Accelerated Pathway to Medical Education program in the fall. Beyond recruitment, we're very committed to bringing students through the summer from high school into their first fall by supporting them and supporting their families and those who are around them to ensure that they have the best opportunity to succeed once they get to campus. We use a virtual platform in Arizona Arrival, Destination Arizona, which is a packed week-long event for students and their families, and our New Start summer program that has been around for a long time, but is a 6-week academic program that we leverage to help students ensure that they're ready to start come fall. It all allows us to ensure student success and retention when they arrive. That's not to say that as we look ahead, there aren't challenges that we're facing, and we have to be attentive and cognizant of what we're facing across the higher education spectrum. Let me add a little context to that. As the president mentioned, we all know we've been facing the demographic cliff coming for years. Higher education is already seeing that taking place in our application pools. Combine that with the uncertainties for international student recruitment right now, increasing competition across the higher ed spectrum for enrollment, the societal questioning of the value of higher education, making people uncertain about whether that's their next step. We are seeing the reshaping of application pools across the spectrum of higher education. This fierce competition is exacerbated by the fact that many institutions who are seeing a potential decline in international graduate students are now turning to increasing target goals for the recruitment and enrollment of domestic undergraduate students. So in a declining undergraduate pool, we are going to be fighting for all enrollment going forward across the spectrum of higher education. When you layer that in with students who may have had a disruption in their educational pursuits during the pandemic, we see students coming with very different types of backgrounds than they did prior to the pandemic, and maybe having missed some academic supports that they needed in K-12. Beyond that, we see families who are really looking at the economic uncertainties that they're facing right now. With rising interest rates, some families in the middle income brackets are unwilling to partake in loans to finance their higher education because their cash flow can't support thinking about that amount of loan debt. And finally, well, the Senate this week pulled back some of the pieces of federal financial aid that were in the budget bill. We're still paying a lot of close attention to what is happening on the national level with federal need-based funding, because that is so critical to supporting our Arizona low-income students to attain and pursue their higher educational pursuits. And we know as a land grant that's very important to us to continue to support that demographic. So we're paying close attention to what happens in that realm. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Greg Heilman, my colleague who serves as the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs.
Thank you, Chris. The University of Arizona's commitment to student success is exemplified by the award-winning 9-acre Student Success District that's right outside these doors. This district provides 24/7 support to students with social, health, career-related, academic services. The Student Success District ensures that all students have seamless access to the tools and the expertise that is needed for both their career and academic success. Regarding, excuse me, that went, it is. A few kind of academic success highlights. President Garamella already mentioned the success of our student athletes. Another is the Office of Undergraduate Research, founded in 2023 with a focus on making world-class research a defining characteristic of the undergraduate experience at the University of Arizona. Specifically, this office operates under the premise that every undergraduate student should be exposed to high-impact research experiences and creative activities that are integral to the structure of every one of our undergraduate degree programs, as well as the general education core. We're also placing an increased emphasis on understanding and improving transfer student pathways, including ABOR-supported work. I didn't even touch that. Excuse me. Including ABOR-supported work with NAU and ASU that involves examining lateral transfer between our three institutions. We recently received a Technology and Partnerships for Transfer Success grant from the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. This grant, in collaboration with Pima Community College, will allow transfer students to compute pathways that are optimized between Pima Community College, 2-year to 4-year pathways between Pima and the University of Arizona, and we will make this available to all other community colleges in the state as well. The Student Success and Retention Innovation Office at the University of Arizona is now focusing its retention efforts on all students, not just those in our first-time full-time IPEDS cohorts. Because of this, we'll take a hit on our retention rates, but it's the right thing to do. This office collaborates with units across campus to improve first-year retention through strengths-based programming, evidence-based practices, and robust assessment, and serves as a national model for higher education on student success leading to degree completion. We are highly focused on improving our 4-year and 6-year graduation rates with projects that include the graduation project, where all students who have completed 70% or more of their degree requirements have been identified, and we've provided those names to all of the colleges on this campus. Those colleges have developed strategies for ensuring that those students graduate on time. The University of Arizona recently completed a university-wide initiative called the No Holds Project to simplify and modernize the practice of issuing administrative holds on students, student records and activities. And finally, the University of Arizona also recently approved numerous academic policy updates. These policy updates and modernized support processes will dramatically improve the student experience by simplifying navigation through our general education curriculum. At the graduate level, we are proud to report that more than 75 University of Arizona programs are in the top 50 in their discipline. And according to the National Science Foundation survey of earned doctorates, the University of Arizona ranks first for Native Americans and 12th for Latine students completing their PhDs. Because our graduate programs are so well aligned with the university's research opportunities, graduate research assistantships have increased by 16% over the last 4 years. This demonstrates strong interest in the research and training opportunities offered at the University of Arizona. With that, I'd like to turn this over to Amanda Krause, our Vice President for Student Affairs.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. So back almost a year ago in August of 2024, the University of Arizona reestablished a Division of Student Affairs to provide holistic support for students' academic and personal success. This strategic move, along with continued evaluation of the division's structure and impact, positions the university to respond more cohesively and proactively to student needs. Rooted in a commitment to student development, Student Affairs prioritizes health, safety, well-being, and connection through a wide range of programs and services that support students throughout their Wildcat journey, on campus and beyond. Counseling and psych services, student assistance, campus pantry, and the Thrive Center are designed to support students across multiple dimensions of well-being and success. Experiences such as living on campus, participating in clubs or organizations, club sports, engaging in on-campus employment, help make a large campus feel more personal and foster a strong sense of connection, something that is more critical for students now than ever before. Mental health and financial concerns are key challenges that affect students' success and persistence to graduation. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, staff in direct service roles have observed a growing trend. Students are arriving less prepared for the academic and social demands of university life and increasingly require mental health support and accommodations for disabilities. Students report difficulty in locating and accessing resources available to them and discomfort participating in in-person classes or in social situations. In response to these changing student dynamics, we've developed some innovative ways to deliver critical services. Our crisis mobile response pairs a UAPD officer with a mental health professional to co-respond to mental health crisis. Site-based counselors located in academic and student gathering spaces around campus make accessing services even more convenient for students. In response to food insecurity, last year our campus pantry served over 5,000 unique individuals and distributed almost 500,000 pounds of food. And for those students in need of casual or professional clothing, Campus Closet distributed over 22,000 items of clothing to almost 2,000 individuals. To prepare students for meaningful job or career graduate school searches, our career development team uses experiential learning, reflection, and leadership to enhance more traditional career services. Last year, 80% of graduates had secured full or part-time employment or were serving in the military within 6 months of their graduation. We believe that we can improve this outcome and will be working to increase employment rates by involving the colleges and our academic colleagues in university-wide career outcomes. 89% of bachelor degree recipients reported participating in at least one career-related experience, including internships, student leadership, volunteering, service learning, research with a faculty member, or study abroad. 92% of graduates agreed that at least one person at the U of A supported them in their career goals. And 96% of graduates were satisfied or very satisfied with their overall undergraduate experience. I'd like to highlight 2 successful programs that support students on their career journeys. Paid internships are critical to enable students to develop career confidence and pursue their passions. The Summer Internship Stipends program awarded $197,000 in stipends last year, including for 6 international internships. And the Blue Chip Leadership Program prepares students for their life after graduation by focusing on skill development and hands-on experiences that employers value, such as teamwork, self-reflection, service, and communication. Cohort-based programs like Blue Chip also provide a supportive network to help facilitate persistence and prepare students for life after graduation. And their relationship with the U of A does not end at graduation. We prepare students to be wildcats for life, to remain engaged with the university as members of our network of over 315,000 alumni. With that, I'd like to introduce Jenny Lee, Vice President and Dean of Arizona International.
Thank you. Members of the board, I so appreciate this opportunity to talk about international opportunities as well as some challenges for the University of Arizona. So as you can see on the map, that the University of Arizona's reach is both vast and it is certainly deep. As shown, we are across 64 countries in every continent. We are even in Antarctica. Our international footprint includes study abroad, dual degrees through our microcampuses, and other innovative educational programs, and we have a growing number of research partnerships around the world. I just want to share 3 standout examples that illustrate our depth and strength of our global engagement. First, we have our long-standing partnership with the National Autonomous University of Mexico, known as UNAM, consistently ranked as among the top universities in Latin America. And we have over 500 co-publications with this institution over the past decade. This partnership underscores the depth of our academic ties and reinforces our strategic presence in the Southwest. Another example is the France-Arizona Institute for Global Challenges. This is with France's Center for National Scientific Research, CNRS. This is known as among the world's largest public research organizations. The U of A is proud to host CNRS's first international research center, linking our faculty and students not only to France, but across the EU and their extensive partners across Europe, Africa, and South America. And third, I don't know how many of you knew this, but Arizona and Kazakhstan were paired over 30 years ago through the U.S. Department of State's State Partnership Program. This is aimed to foster long-term cooperation between the U.S. and partner nations. And we are building on this relationship as the University of Arizona has a thriving microcampus offering dual degrees in a number of majors, and this is supported by the country's Ministry of Science and Higher Education. However, despite these ongoing activities, federal actions, of course, are, and will negatively impact university engagement for all of our institutions, including ours. This past spring, the Department of Homeland Security's termination of CVIS records have disrupted the legal and academic standing of thousands of students across the United States. We know that most of these cases were reversed, but the uncertainty has certainly created doubts for prospective students who may think twice about choosing the United States for their country, for their education. In addition, as we've been following in the news, changing every day, the federal government has recently imposed a travel ban, and this is affecting our newly admitted students across 19 countries. Combined with ongoing visa barriers, this is presenting, of course, across the United States, broader systemic challenge, one that can lead to a steady decline of international students over time. Of course, this story is nothing new. While many U.S. universities are facing declining international enrollment, the University of Arizona is taking on a proactive approach. We're offering flexible programs for students who are unable to enter or stay in the country. Of course, we have deferment, Arizona Online, but we are going a step further. We're offering first semester study abroad as a pilot in London that keeps students on track without losing time to degree, and our global microcampuses that allow students to obtain a U.S. degree closer to home. No visa or CVIS record necessary to obtain those degrees. And of course, our international students. We are prioritizing clear communication around federal guidance and compliance. CVIS issues, visa issues may arise, but we have a response protocol that is quick. We proactively engage in outreach, and we offer coordinated support. We offer dedicated well-being services. We have an embedded enrollment counselor who specializes in the needs of our international students. Finally, while the U of A is prepared to navigate future uncertainties, our goal remains clear: ensuring that all students have access to global experiences and are equipped to survive and thrive in a global society while aligning with our strategic imperatives, which you heard about earlier. In study abroad, already we offer more than 80 programs across 25 countries. And we are not stopping there. We are working to triple our participation. I didn't think I could tell you how, but now you know how we're going to do it with some generous support. But in addition, we are also expanding the different kinds of opportunities so students can engage in research and internships and other forms of study opportunities. At the same time, Arizona International is strengthening our global research partnerships through our existing networks. Again, I'm going to mention our microcampuses as a way that we can leverage those relationships. As U.S. funding declines, we expect foreign-backed projects to play a growing role throughout the country. And our goal is to double that international funding and also give our students a chance to engage in global research. And finally, we believe that global engagement should benefit everyone, not just our international students, our domestic students, but also benefit the state of Arizona. This is why Arizona International and the Eller College of Management are exploring with the Arizona Commerce Authority and Chamber of Southern Arizona how we can connect our local students with global companies based in this region right here at home. This is a twofold benefit: to attract international businesses to our region and also prepare and connect our students to global careers right here in our own community. I'll turn it over to our Provost Prelock for our closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I'm hoping you can see that the University of Arizona remains deeply committed to the success of every student. And as President Garamella said, you can't do this alone. I have an amazing leadership team, and this is only part of them. So we do recognize the challenges that may arise, and we're anticipating others, but we're prepared to meet them with resilience and forward thinking, ensuring that every Wildcat has the opportunity to thrive and make meaningful contributions to Arizona and beyond. Thank you so much for hearing about our vision for student success at U of A.
Sort of 3 parts. So this is the student success part, maybe a few minutes for questions now. We'll do research next, questions, and then engagement and perhaps.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to start with the first one, and this is maybe for Christina. And this is: how will the shift to deadline-based admissions affect access and application diversity? What strategy will the university use to use? I was in one of in an event, and this was something that was that was mentioned, and it really worries me. So, and I think I talked to President Garamella. Would you expand on that?
Sure. So I think the really critical element to understand in this is that we're moving to a holistic review of applications for students. That holistic review is conducted within the context in which a student lived and learned. And so you cannot assess a student based on their GPA alone. That doesn't tell you anything about a student. To holistically review the student, we have to understand what school they went to, what community they lived in, what opportunities they had, and how did they take advantage of any of those things, and then be able to assess them according to who they are as a whole person. And so this allows us to take the time to truly understand who the student is, align them with the right place academically, and then support them going forward. So I think this allows us to do better for the students and to really focus on ultimate student success, because we'll understand each individual student in their own context.
Thank you.
If I could add, I'm really pleased with the holistic review that Chris is moving to, because she and I have had many conversations about the importance of making sure that when a student comes to U of A, they can actually be successful. And if they can't, what are the strategies we can do to prepare them to be successful? And this is one of the ways we can do it. The last thing we want to do is have students not be able to graduate and have increased debt. So we have to make a real commitment to ensuring their success.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Fred? Yeah, thank you. Earlier today, President Gore and I had a back and forth about in-state students. I'd like to talk about that. And really what I want to do is say the quiet part out loud. State support for higher education peaked in 2007, 2008, at a time when about roughly 30% of our students were out of state. The slide of state investment and the growth of out-of-state students are almost directly correlated for obvious reasons. Those are replacement dollars for the dollars that we've lost from state support. And look, that's been an intentional strategy. It's kept the doors open. It's worked. The U of A and our other institutions are building institutions that the rest of the world and the rest of the country wants it to come to. Bravo. But we have a fiduciary duty to do better by Arizona students. And it's hard because we lose, someone correct me on the figure, $5,000 a year per Arizona student. The cost of delivery exceeds the tuition by that amount. So the financial model disincentivizes us from admitting more Arizona students. Notwithstanding that, I think we do admit every eligible, prepared Arizona student. But, and this is leading to I guess, a question, ask you for a comment. Each of the schools, ASU and NAU, have been focusing on this issue of how do we get more Arizona students, and I was grateful for your comment about the more seamless transferability from Pima Community College. aztransfer.com has been a useful tool. There are other strategies to be deployed, and I want to celebrate the success because, one, you have brought this institution to a turning point. We are now on offense. You've done it consistent with the promises that you've made and that this board has made to the governor and to the public. Salary increases, no tuition increases, et cetera. So we've done what we set out to do. But this is one of the byproducts, and one which I hope we can bring some intentionality to, which is that the goal of civic groups and the education community has been to get to 60% attainment rate. And we are inching ever so slowly forward, but we won't get there with the pace that we currently have. And through a combination of access and students with some higher education credits, but not a degree, with erasing barriers to entry with K-12, with dual credit courses, all of those things, what I hope, and I hope you'll respond, that we can bring some intentionality to try and see if we can, while we are doing what we must to make the balance sheet work, do what we should, which is to try and move the Arizona number as aggressively as we can.
Regent Duval, a quick comment from me, and that is, I would love for us to have the goal, and I consider that my goal, that any eligible, well-prepared Arizona student should be able to go to the University of Arizona. I actually think we do pretty well with that cohort. Yes, state funding is an issue. I think that the community colleges across the state have an important role here, and therefore it's not just Pima Community College, but AWC and Sierra Vista, Cochise, et cetera. We just need to get much better at students starting at a community college and then, if they've done well, to sort of move on. So Patty and I have a record of doing that before. We intend to do it. I know Greg and others are focused on that. So I think there are multiple ways to get to that. But I do think that access to a university like ours means access for those who are eligible or who can be made to be eligible, right? So I guess if that's enough of an answer, I'll leave it at that. But Patty, if you want to
I could add something. Thank you for that comment and question. I've already been in touch with some of the community colleges, and I've spoken with Chris and the president about the need for us to really develop seamless pathway programs, whether they're 1+3 or 2+2 programs. And for those community colleges that are offering a bachelor's degree, we have accelerated master's programs. So how do we get them clear pathways there so that they see there is the possibility? They may not be ready to come to U of A initially, or want to explore different areas of study, and then to look at our gen ed curriculum to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. I think the other thing we have a responsibility for, and I've started to talk to our Dean of Education, is how do we work with K through 12 to support the preparation of students so they can be successful in college, and that'll be another priority I have.
Patty and team, thank you so much. We'll move on to research next, and the idea is to have a break after the research presentation, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Tomas, you want to come up?
everybody. Regents.
You're just by yourself.
I am all by
What happened
myself.
with the rest of the team?
My team is on vacation. So good afternoon, regents, presidents, everybody, members of the audience. It really is both a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And I'll tell you why. It's a pleasure because it's been almost 8 months since me and my family landed here in Tucson. And over this time, you know, we've gotten such a phenomenal welcome from everybody, from all of you here, from the community. We've made friends. Our house has been built. It's going well. It's just been terrific. We're really, really delighted, me and my family, to be here and thankful for the opportunity to be here. But it's also an honor to be here today for my first financial review and operational review of the university, because what I've come to realize over these last few months is what an amazing institution the University of Arizona is. It truly is among the best in the world. And when you're somebody like me whose life has been dedicated to research and technology, the DNA of this place, right? The fact that everybody at this university, every faculty member, every student, every staff member is passionate about the research mission is just phenomenal. And that's reflected in some pretty amazing statistics when you look at this place. You know, it's over $1 billion in research annually that is executed here. That's a very exclusive club. And I have to say something here, to the Board of Regents. The fact that you have in the state of Arizona $2 billion research universities is truly remarkable. 2 public billion-dollar research universities. I think quickly around the country, of course, the state of California does, but I don't know how many other states in the union have 2 public research universities executing over $1 billion in research. It's a remarkable statistic, and it's really, from what I can tell, in large measure, thanks to what this Board of Regents does to support the enterprise. So thank you for that. So we execute over $1 billion. We're among the top 20 public universities nationwide, according to the National Science Foundation numbers. And that puts us in the top 4% in the country. There's only about 27 to 30 universities in the entire country that do over $1 billion in research, in a very exclusive club. We, of course, have decades of tradition in astronomy and astrophysics and space science. We've been among the best in the world in that field. As the president mentioned, we have to mention entomology, not just because it's about bugs, but because of the impact that it has in our agriculture. Right? When you look at cotton production, when you look at Yuma, when you look at what the entomology group here does with their research, it truly impacts the lives of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people. We're #1 in the country in water resources, #6 in NASA-funded activity. Again, decades of tradition of very, very special, interesting, exciting missions with NASA, and in the physical sciences. But it's not just about how much money we spend, which, as you can see, the trends are very positive over the last few years, right? We've been building that research portfolio very successfully. In fact, when you look at the federal research expenditures, which to me are really important because they reflect on the competitive nature of research, right? This is where getting the dollars gets really hard. We've been growing at about 8% per year over the last 5 years. That's a pretty spectacular clip, again, reflecting on the DNA of the university and the support that it receives on the board and the state for its research enterprise. But as I was saying, it's not just about how much we spend, it's much how we bring. It's about how much we earn every year, what's the revenue. And enterprise here is thriving. It's remarkable. $3.9 billion were proposed through competitive mechanisms, through proposals sent out from this university last year. Over $700 million in revenue were brought in for executing the research mission. And really, over 120 awards, over $1 million each. I mean, these are really, truly amazing statistics. The money comes from the federal government, it comes from nonprofits, it comes from institutional investments, from the state government, from businesses, the thrift fund, et cetera, et cetera. So, the enterprise is strong. We're doing well. The numbers are spectacular. But it's also the impact that we have. It's not just about what we do inside the university, it's about how we translate what we do into technologies, into solutions, into partnerships that bring our discoveries, that bring our advances out into the market and create value for the local community and for the state. So you look at our technology commercialization activity, Tech Launch Arizona, which is led by Doug Hochstead in my team. They've been doing a fantastic job for a long time. Over 150 startups have been launched over the last 10 years, which have raised over $800 million in venture capital and other capital, angel investments, to run companies here in the Tucson area and across the state of Arizona. 2,500 jobs have been supported through this process, and that's projected to grow to about 3,500 by 2031, with $1.6 billion in economic impact. That's how we translate. This is one element, one aspect of how we translate the research that we do into solutions that have impact on our communities and on society. So that's where we're today. You look at that, you know, it's been a great trajectory. We're in a really good place. But where are we going? What is in the future? When I first got to the university, the president said to me, you know, we do $1 billion. That's nice. What about $2 billion? Okay, yes, sir, right? So, but how do you really grow, not just the scale and the scope, but the impact of the research mission of the university, right? It's not one more project at a time. It's not asking more from the same faculty member and the same student. You have to skate to where the puck is going to be. You have to skate to the future. You have to hit the home runs. You have to hit the singles, the doubles, you know, the World Series, we're gonna win. We're gonna singles, doubles, but we're gonna hit a bunch of home runs to get to the final game and win it. We have to do that at the university. So we set forth, President Garimella and myself, talking with others and proposing to the Board of Regents 4 ideas that we think really skate to where the puck is gonna be, that bring us to the future. 4 big ideas. When you look at artificial intelligence, right, it pervades everything that we do in society today, right? It's all over us. It's incredibly powerful. It's incredibly exciting. It's also concerning in some cases. We have to think about the trustworthiness of AI. We have to think about how we use it ethically. But there's one field of human endeavor in which AI is already having and will have a massive impact, and that is healthcare. AI and health is going to transform the way we think about the future of health for humanity. So one thing that we've done is we have hired the first inaugural Chief AI and Data Science Officer, Dr. David Ebert. David. David just joined us from the University of Oklahoma, but imagine that. Before that, he was at Purdue University for many, many years. We know David very well. He's a superstar, and he brings tremendous collaborative spirit to drive our AI initiatives with a strong focus around how do we bring data science and AI across the entire healthcare enterprise. We also then talked about energy. We said, what's the future of energy? What does energy look like? Think about, you know, all the data centers we want to build in the state of Arizona. Think about the huge growth in energy demand across the planet over the next 2-3 decades. How are we going to satisfy those needs in a way that is sustainable, that is environmentally responsible? And there's one solution out there, which is very difficult, it's very hard, it's very challenging, but it is the ultimate solution. And it is the source of energy that powers the stars. It's fusion energy. That's the ultimate solution. And why fusion? Why don't we do something easier? Why don't we work on batteries or solar panels or wind, or even frankly nuclear energy, which we know how to do? Why don't we do that also, but why focus on fusion? Because it's hard, because it's what truly excellent universities ought to do, is bring the power of the energy of the stars down to Earth and help us make the state of Arizona the home of the first commercial fusion power plant. Fusion is right there on the edge today of becoming commercial over the next decade if we make the investments to bring it to market, together with the private sector, the federal government, the state government, and all of us working together. So we're excited about fusion. We think it's a grand challenge worthy of this university. President Garimella and I, as he mentioned earlier, wrote an op-ed on thehill.com, which I hope, if you haven't read, we'll get you a copy. It's getting a lot of attention. It's a big play. We asked for a lot of money from the federal government. We'll see where it goes. But we're spending time in Washington, D.C. talking about it.
It's Horst here.
Sorry?
It's Horst here.
No, sorry. And I was going to mention, thank you, Suresh. We hired Dr. Horst Hang. Horst Hang is a member of the National Academy of Engineering, a fantastic material science and scientist colleague of mine for 40 years. led, was major senior executive at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany before I hired him at the University of Oklahoma. He's now here helping us lead. And he's not here today because he's hosting a fusion startup company here in town that we're trying to partner with to bring him here to Arizona out of California. So, but you will meet him later today at the reception. Now, we're also focused strongly, of course, at the state of Arizona in the future of sustainable mining and critical minerals. The state is central to this future. We produce tremendous amounts of critical minerals, particularly copper, but many others. And as you know very well, and you read, Regent Pacheco and I were just exchanging email earlier this morning about critical minerals and rare earths. This is a critical national security issue. We have to, in this country, be able to not just extract critical minerals and rare earths, but process them here so that we can have the supply chain return to the US and be secure and sustain our defense, sustain our microelectronics, sustain our economy going into the future, and not be dependent on adversaries that can then use that to their advantage and against our interests. So we have a very large proposal to the National Science Foundation in this area, which is led by Dean Hang and his team. In the College of Engineering, it's a $160 million proposal to make Southern Arizona the epicenter of sustainable high-tech mining. And then lastly, the fourth major strategic initiative in research that we have launched brings our space expertise, our decades of excellence in astronomy and astrophysics and space missions, together with one of the most critical national imperatives that we have today and going into the future, and that is national security in space. Space is a domain of warfare today. It's a crowded domain of warfare. It's a very dangerous domain of warfare. It's where, if something happens, is where it's going to start. It's going to start with cyber attacks, and it's going to start in space. Because if you blind us in space, you've taken out the economy, you've stopped progress, you've stopped the engine that powers the United States. So us bringing our very strong capabilities in the Mirror Lab, in astronomy, in astrophysics, in space missions, in satellites, together with the Department of Defense, with the intelligence community, to bear on this imperative is one of our key strategic areas, space and national security. And we're making tremendous progress. We have retained General Hawk Carlyle as our senior advisor in this space. General Carlyle, again, a very good friend of mine. I've known him since I was at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, was the commander of Air Force Combat Command. He was also the commander of Pacific Air Forces in Indo-PACOM, and is truly one of the most respected retired four-star generals in the Air Force, in the Department of Defense, still active today in many, many ways, helping us sort of navigate these waters and make the right connections at the right places, at the right levels to drive our initiative. So very excited to have General Carlyle on board with us. But as you know, we also, as the President mentioned, are looking from the bottom up at ideas that can fuel the future, that can bring us to that future. And that's the big idea challenge. We're really excited about the response that we received. It really is an effort to incentivize faculty, staff, students to come across traditional academic boundaries into transdisciplinary teams, to focus on grand challenge, on big ideas that are going to create new programs of research here at the university from the bottom up, leveraging our strengths and springboarding to a large-scale external funding. So the goals of the initiatives is to tackle grand challenges, be transdisciplinary, but focus on the ROI. How are we going to turn our $250,000 per project investment, seed investment, into tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of return from federal agencies, philanthropies, the state, and other sources of funding, corporate sources of funding. We had a call for proposals to the faculty that was incredibly successful. We had 72 teams representing 19 units across the campus made proposals. Every team was truly transdisciplinary. It had faculty from the humanities, from the social sciences, from engineering, from the physical sciences, across the board. It was a very difficult decision that we had to make. We brought a panel of reviewers to the table to look at all of this, and we settled down on 6 winning proposals that we funded, as I said, at $250,000 for 2 years each. You're going to hear from them today in the reception. They're going to have posters. But just to give you an idea, one of them, you know, we talk about data centers and the tremendous amount of water and energy that data centers need, you know, gigawatts of power to drive a data center. So let's put them in space. You know, we don't need water. We don't need to cool them, right? It's very cold up in space, and we can put big solar panels, power the data centers in space. Let's do that. Right? We say, well, that's a compelling, talk about a big idea. That's a nice big idea. It's challenging, it's difficult. Let's terraform Mars on Earth so we can learn how to live on Mars in the future. That's a big idea. A lot of really, really interesting, and you will see, I'm not gonna belabor all of them, you will see them today in posters at the reception. Very exciting program. So we're really looking forward to what's gonna come out of these big idea challenges, and to run in this program again in a year or a year and a half as we see the progress in these projects. Now, you know, at the same time all of this is happening, you know that there are headwinds against us, and we talk about some of those already a little bit. We have today at the university about 68 federally funded projects that have been either stopped or terminated. And what we did, we looked at that and we said, now listen, we get it. This is happening to us. What are we going to do about it? What I worried the most about were the graduate students. If we lose the graduate students, we lose a generation of researchers, of creative artists, of scientists and engineers for the nation. We said, we cannot afford to lose the graduate students. So we created a bridge funding program. We stopped doing some things that we were doing, or we said, hey, this is not as relevant right now as this issue. And we put money to create the bridge funding program for graduate students. We look at the projects that were being terminated, and we asked the faculty to work with the deans and to come up with a plan where we could, through my office, fund graduate students for at least 6 months to bridge the gap between the termination of the grant and the potential for new funding from other sources. So we evaluated, so far I have to tell you, we've been able to support every graduate student through every faculty member that has asked for resources. And we've gotten a lot of press nationally. I did interviews for the Chronicle of Higher Education, for Inside Higher Ed, for Science Magazine. This program, and we're not the only ones. Yale University has done something like that. University of Michigan, you can see some of them there. But you know, if you look at the Chronicle, it starts that University of Arizona has extended a lifeline, an internal fund. That's what we're trying to do, extend a lifeline so that we do not lose a generation of students going forward. And why is this important? I think this video illustrates the importance of what we're talking about. Do I need to click it?
At the University of Arizona, we believe research goes well beyond discovery. It's a direct investment in the health, security, and prosperity of Arizona and the nation. Our scientists, engineers, scholars, and students are addressing the challenges that matter most to families, communities, and industries across our state. But what does that look like through the eyes of our students? Here are 3 stories that show how research is shaping their lives and the future.
I was offered an opportunity to do a shadow experience with research and ended up joining Kim Ogden's lab at U of A. She was part of the Chemical and Environmental Engineering department, and she was doing an experiment where they were treating PFAS, which is a contaminant in water, using algae. I became interested in that because as a Navajo from the Navajo Nation, I grew up without, clean water. So that became one of my major reasons why I chose to go into environmental engineering, because I wanted to go into water treatment processes. Every time I talk to my son, he always tells me oh man, my mom's a scientist. And I never thought a scientist could ever be so cool. In research, you can't just be siloed away into one department, one lab. You really have to collaborate. The reason why I chose the University of Arizona is because it is a family, and it fosters a really collaborative environment. I can't imagine being at a better place. Right now, I'm analyzing a data set, trying to understand how to prevent Alzheimer's disease. Looking at the data and realizing that these are real people, it's been really impactful. Helping people have more time with their loved ones is what keeps driving me forward. I'm really excited that I chose this path so that I can bring research and the clinic and merge the gap so that we can have proactive solutions and more effective results for patients.
We have these moments that we call targets of opportunity. I was in 6th grade and I picked up a magazine from Sky and Telescope, and they had a whole article on asteroids. And I ended up taking astronomy camp here at the University of Arizona. Did undergrad geoscience in 2018 and grad school in 2022, and here I am today. And for me, it really started with asteroids. It's really special to focus on that now. What makes me value research so much is that it's just a way to kind of express and focus on a certain curiosity that's been inside all of us, like taking a flashlight and looking into the shadows and seeing what might be there. And it's just always exciting, especially when it comes to asteroids. There's still a lot to kind of look at and understand, and we're only kind of just scratching the surface now.
Our research is an important part of the student journey. By working alongside faculty who nurture talent for science and technology, students gain real-world experience for the future. We're here to grow the workforce of tomorrow, strengthen industries across Arizona, and solve the most pressing problems faced by people across our state and beyond. Now, when it comes to what we do at the university, ultimately, when I arrived, the name of my office was the Office of Research, Innovation, and Impact. And President Garimella and I looked at that, and we sort of talked about it and said, we do research, we do discoveries, right? We create emerging technologies, but how do innovation and impact happen? They happen through partnerships. It's only through the partnerships that we create that what we discover, what we do, translates into benefit, into value to society through innovation, and has therefore impact on society. So we changed the name of the office to the Office of Research and Partnerships. And we're very focused on creating corporate partnerships, for example. We do we have a lot of activity going on with private sector companies. Over the last few years, we've done about $124 million of industry-based research, corporate-sponsored research, with almost 700 researchers within the university participating in these projects, and over 800 companies involved with the universities. Now, we want to elevate that. We want to double, we want to triple that. We want to have the university truly open for business with the private sector and with others. And that's what we're very focused on right now. We're driving new engagements with some of our strategic partners like Raytheon here in Tucson and others, and really trying to elevate and better coordinate all the work that we can do with the private sector to really translate our great faculty, great students and staff and discoveries into impact. Now, to do this, given that we do face challenges today, we face challenges, we have to lead from the front. We have been very active, as President Garimella said before, in writing editorials in the national media, on thehill.com, in the Arizona Republic, being interviewed by journalists from across the country on different topics, as I mentioned before, and really trying to focus the mind around the fact that, and bring to the table and advocate for the fact that it is the research that we do at universities. It is that early stage applied fundamental and applied research that really drives the economy, that drives the national security of the nation. And that's what that editorial on the UA research improving cancer detection and national security is all about. And it is at risk today. So we have to advocate, we have to be out there like our presidents are, but we also have to be out there on Capitol Hill. Our strategy is to be very vocal in Capitol Hill. I just came back from Washington, D.C. yesterday. Right? I was there because our NASA budgets are under threat. I was there with Senator Kelly, I was there with Congressman Ciscomani, I was there with Senator Gallegos, I was there with the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee talking about these issues. I was there letting them know what the impacts to Southern Arizona are, how many jobs, space, funds in Southern Arizona, what it means to to the district, what it means to the state, and what it will happen to us and to the state and to the nation if we really go down the path of ending 7-8 decades of history of the federal government supporting research at universities to drive economic well-being and to drive national security. So we have been very engaged up on Capitol Hill. We've been very engaged with the state. Senator Gowan there visiting one of our space innovation buildings, very engaged out in Yuma in the community. And we're looking at all of this and really trying to understand and really advocate for the impacts, which could be tremendous. You all have heard about the fact that there may be limit on the amount of money that universities can recover from the cost of doing research. Historically, there's been an agreement between the federal government going back to the days of Vannevar Bush after World War II and universities that, about 50%, give or take, recovery rate from the cost of doing research could be appropriate. That's now being proposed to be 15%. You can see there that for our billion-dollar enterprise with $471 million in federal expenditures every year, that would be an $18 million hit to the university. Now, I'm here to tell you that I just came back from Washington, D.C. I spent hours talking to members of Congress about what's going to happen. What do they see? What do they want to see? What do they need, right? So that we can understand how do we respond to this? How do we position ourselves, not just us, but all the universities, to really make sure that something like this doesn't happen in the future. The federal budget that has been proposed by the White House, even though it's the so-called skinny budget, I heard somebody in Washington call it the Ozempic budget. A skinny budget because it doesn't have a lot of details. The details are starting to come out, but they could be devastating. If you look at the passback for NASA, it decimates science in NASA. There are programs at these universities that would be terminated, possibly even as soon as next week or the week after, without waiting for the FY26 appropriations process. That's what we were talking about on the Hill. There are cuts to the National Science Foundation that would take it from $8.9 billion in annual funding a year to $3.8 billion or something like that. Over 55% cuts to the NSF. $20 billion cut to the NIH budget, decimating medical, biomedical research and discovery. So there are headwinds ahead. We all have to be, as Regent Duval has been, and many of you have been, very proactive out there, telling the story of the importance of what we do and why it matters to the nation, why it matters to our economic well-being, why it matters to our people, why it matters to national security. And we have to prioritize and be smart about this going forward. So that's why we're very focused on these impacts, reductions, delays, as I mentioned, could weaken our ability to remain truly globally competitive and to attract and retain partnerships in key sectors. You know that there are countries right now, not just adversaries, but friends in Europe and all over the world that are trying to recruit our scientists and engineers, our faculty, to go there. It's not just China anymore. There's a threat, so we have to be smart about this, and we have to be optimistic. You know, Thomas Lovejoy was a very famous ecologist. There's a center here at the university called the Lovejoy Center, and he had a saying that was, optimism is the only option. I'd say it's optimism, it's advocacy, it's strategy, and it's focus. Those are our only options. So that's what we need to do going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Tomas. So we're keeping on time. Thank you all very much for doing that. And we have a few minutes for questions, I think, in the half hour he has.
Yes.
For research.
Yeah, so can we ask a question before we break? Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, Tomas, thank you for your great presentation. I get to know Tomas, and through President Garimella, to introducing me to the great work that you have been doing, and to now that you're presenting. It's like I met all those people, and now it's reality. It's just happening. So I would say that he's a go-getter. So that's great to see.
Yeah,
so
waiting for that $2 billion still, though.
Yeah. So
it's been 6
because
months.
you asked him for the $2 billion, and I'm asking Tomas,
And I saw in your presentation, I would talk specifically in partnership, because we cannot do this without partners and teammates. So that 800 industry partners, right, that you said, we can't see it because we only see the big picture. It is feasible in Arizona to find more industry partners, because what I see is that our industry partners and the biggers are not here in the state. That we have to find them, where the headquarters are or the decision makers are. It's like the same thing that you're doing in DC. The funding are coming from there, and that's why we're in DC. So can you expand, how can we increase that visibility to partner and also be able to find financially teammates that everybody will benefit and win-win, and if that's possible? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman Mata. Look, I think you're right. A lot of companies are headquarters outside of Arizona. Nevertheless, there is a very thriving innovation ecosystem and corporate ecosystem in the state of Arizona. From the Phoenix area with microelectronics and TSMC and Intel down here in Tucson, with space companies and optics and photonics companies across the state, right? There's a thriving economic growth. So I think there's tremendous opportunity, even if the headquarters aren't here. Now, we have to be smart, as you say, about that. We have to have the right relationships at the right corporate level to be able to have these conversations, not just at the technical level, but also with the C-suite. That's what President Garimella and I have been focused on, working with the C-suite at Raytheon and RTX, working with the C-suite at some of the major pharmaceutical companies and others, and really trying to use our relationships, which we have with Lockheed Martin, with others, to bring that conversation up to the C-suite, whether the C-suite is in Denver or in Baltimore or in Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? Ultimately, it doesn't matter if you have the relationship. So that's what we're doing, is building those relationships and then bringing that with our assets here to Arizona. And I mentioned corporate partnerships, but I also want to mention quickly national laboratories. The federal funded research and development centers, the Department of Energy national labs, are a national treasure. And they're engines of discovery, they're engines of innovation and of really big science and engineering and technology. And we're very focused on those partnerships. At Sandia National Laboratories in New Mexico, at Lawrence Livermore Lab, where I was for 24 years, at Sandia, where President Garimella chairs the board of advisors. We have relationships at the top leadership level at many of these national laboratories, at Oak Ridge, at Los Alamos, at Livermore, at Sandia, that we're starting to engage on because of our history with these laboratories, that we can now create partnerships in space and national security, in fusion, in AI, across the board, right? And not just corporate, but also with the federal government, the federal laboratories, driving that at very high levels to bring more resources to the university.
Thank you. I have another question. Since we started the initiative of the military aerospace and defense, and we know that even though the federal funding cuts is coming from the federal government, we know that also the administration is moving or have increased funding to the with the military. So working directly, with the Army, Navy, Air Force, and I know that, like for example, ASU is very big in that. So how are we doing, to get entrenched with them, to understand what is the need and where is the money? I always say that we have to follow the money.
Yeah.
If we follow the money, we will find where we can, we can partner. It's always that from the federal government.
So look, again, thank you for that. I come, sort of my scientific career was at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, a nuclear weapons lab. And what I mean by that is not that it's about nuclear weapons or national security, it's that it's a mission laboratory. Everything I ever did was predicated first by the question, what's the need? What's the mission? What's the need that we need to resolve? That's the ethos that we're trying to bring at the university, and they're trying to bring to those relationships. That's where we're bringing people like General Carlisle, right, who has access at the highest levels of the Pentagon, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, with whom he works on a weekly basis, it's still in the Pentagon, to help us access those conversations so that we can understand the need in depth. Because in the absence of that, in the absence of understanding the mission and the requirements, we cannot propose even solutions that are meaningful, that can get translated into the warfighter, right? This is not about playing in the sandbox. This is about developing and translating ideas and technologies into the hand of the warfighter fast, because the threat is imminent. And so that's what we're trying to do, and that's where we're focused.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So, Region
This issue of the F&A or ICR rate may result in the global settlement of some statistics, so I would like to have some context around that. I'd like to ask each of the institutions, what's yours, what are the other two, and what is the national average, just so we have a roadmap as discussions of different percentages ensue.
I think the national average is probably around 54%. Some privates are more expensive than that, but I think other than that, generally 54, 55%. It's in that range. It doesn't vary very much, too much within universities. You know also that all this is now caught in the courts, right? So everything that has come down as directives to universities to cut the rate to 15% has been stopped in just injunctions in the courts against all of this. So I think what we're going to see is it's going to take time for all of that to be resolved. And until that is resolved, we're still operating at the same level as before.
In Region Duval, as you know, these are negotiated by the federal government with us. That 55 is about average. I think everyone's about there. But most recover about 30, well, we recover about 38%, because there are parts that are not. But so it'll end somewhere. And hopefully it's not at 15. But I would like to propose we take a 9-minute break and be back at 3, well, my watch says 3:33, but I'm going to read it as 3:31. So how about 3:40 to come back so we can finish the other two parts or something like that?
That's great. Thank you. So we'll take a break. Yeah.
Just,
Thank you,
stretching
Tomas.
legs, please.
Thank you very much.
Narrative, as I mentioned, is on engagement. And I just want to say that we really are committed to our distinctive mission as Arizona's land-grant university. And to me, that means democratizing education and the expertise by engaging communities throughout the state to help their evolving needs. And so let's start by taking a look at how we are fulfilling that mission today. We've been very good at it. I think we could do more, and we will be. But here's a look at
the University of Arizona is reaching every corner of the state, working to improve lives through student success, research that shapes the future, and opportunity through community engagement.
I grew up in a town of 6,000 people, and we had one doctor. There's rural communities all across Arizona, and they all need good physicians who are willing to go that extra mile and help bring health to that community.
I know that there's more people like my parents that might feel like these services aren't for them. I grew up not having access to some of these things, like our primary prevention mobile health unit, Street Medicine Phoenix, and our mobile outreach HIV program to provide free access to health services to places and communities that normally would not have access.
We focus on helping tribal nations in some of the areas that they need assistance on, which is water, energy, food, health, and traditional agriculture, which is my specialty.
4-H has really added a lot of skills for me, and I've been able to receive scholarships because of those leadership positions I've took, those volunteering hours I've had, and it's helped me to be better and grow up. Next, I'm going to the University of Arizona to study political science. They've expanded my mind to so many things and so much opportunities. Had I not done it, I don't know where I would be today.
If it wasn't for 4-H, I feel like this community would be not as educated, and a lot of kids and families would not have as much fun as they are now.
The reason why universities like U of A should support pro bono centers like Step Up to Justice is because the client impact, the community impact that we have together through the work of our 280 plus volunteer attorneys have been able to serve almost 11,000 clients with emergency civil legal needs. And we've been able to reach about 4,000 more people with our community education presentations. And overall, the organization just is a better running machine because of the students that we have.
The University of Arizona mining program has a pretty broad impact, not just on the state of Arizona, but worldwide. The mining community spans the globe, but it's very small and tight-knit. And we are currently facing a shortage of mining engineers, and in particular geological engineers. And the university is stepping up to provide training and education for the new force that's coming in.
Mining kind of has a bad reputation, and so being able to change and improve that and find those solutions is extremely important, and U of A is having a key role in that, and I've seen that firsthand.
I could play that again, but I won't. I think it's a great video. Thank you, Arlene. She made that in a very short time. So the video brought to life our work in community health and mobile health units, in natural resources and in the environment, working on indigenous resiliency. A 4-H ambassador that you saw, he was originally from Rwanda and is coming to the U of A. Another from our Healthy Living Camp, our Pro Bono Law Center, and of course our great engagement in mining. And this map shows you, it's hard to crowd everything into the map, so it's sparser than, of course, our actual presence. But what it shows you is that we're in every part of the state, across the 15 counties and the 22 tribal nations, and we touch the lives of people in every corner of Arizona with our extension offices, our regional learning centers, clinical training sites, and more. And those are some of the dots and symbols that are on there. As we said in delivering on our promise, we're proud to be the university for Arizona, creating opportunity through community. So, you know, there's so much to cover in the engagement space, but I'll just give you a few glimpses of the critical pieces here. Obviously, when we think engagement with the state, the first thought that comes to mind is cooperative extension. It's the center of our land grant mission and delivers tailored research-based support to rural and urban communities, from commercial agriculture to nutrition and wellness programs that support health and well-being. There are many, many examples. One helps growers conserve 1.2 billion gallons of water each year. That's enough to supply 200,000 homes annually. And we serve food-secure Arizonans with SNAP benefits. You know, 1 out of 8 people in Arizona receive those benefits. For every $1 invested, our diabetes prevention program saves $5 in medical expenses. And the benefits, of course, extend beyond the financial. 4-H is one of my favorite programs and connects youth to hands-on learning and mentorship. And again, there is so much more there. Another piece of our agricultural presence across the state is the Arizona Experiment Station. For over 130 years, the Arizona Experiment Station has developed new knowledge and technology in arid land agriculture, natural resource management, and human wellness. We have 11 locations statewide, 50,000 participants annually in training, education, and outreach events. One amazing asset of the AES is shown there in the picture. It's a field scanner that does phenotyping, that combines advanced sensing with novel analytical approaches to support plant breeding. And that's just one example. Ag centers here on campus in Maricopa, in Yuma, in Santa Rita, and we've got even one in cyberspace. They provide invaluable support to our state's economy. I've gushed often about my first visit from the University of Arizona when I came here to Yuma, and the excellence that we have, that Yuma represents in this state, is just mind-blowing. I visited Waisida, which is spelled out there, soon after I came here, and it was so deeply impressive to see the model of partnership that they have created and the level of engagement and impact that's generated by the collaborative work we're doing there with Yuma farmers. And this includes broadband, you know, with a $6 million investment and so on. So we will be doubling down in Yuma with Waisida and other partners. Of course, the other very big partnership we have, a critical partnership, which we're doing really well, is with Banner. The Banner leadership team and our leadership team is constantly in touch. It's a vital partner. And our medical schools, our nursing program, pharmacy, public health, these folks partner with Banner, meeting the state's profound healthcare training, research, and clinical needs. Our Valley Fever Center of Excellence, I picked up one example. I could have picked up many more. It's just one example of how we're partnered on enhanced patient care, including with the world's first vaccine candidate against any fungal infection. The Regents may remember you met with the professor who's leading this at the breakfast at your last visit here in October. I want to say, though, more broadly beyond the examples I showed you, that workforce development and talent attraction is foundational to our land-grant mission. Preparing students for impactful and meaningful careers is central to our student success mission. You heard Amanda say we're not satisfied with how much we're doing there in placement and such. You will see improvements there in a short time, also in retention, graduation, and things like this. But so that's our student success mission, but continuing to align our degree offerings to the state's needs is also part of our land-grant mission, which covers, therefore, two of our imperatives. Our collaborations with K-12 and community colleges, as you heard a little earlier, including a variety of pathway programs, are critical to this kind of workforce development. Our VETS education and transition services, we call it VETS, V-E-T-S, it supports over 6,000 military-affiliated students with programs designed to help transition them to civilian life and contribute to the workforce using their diverse experience and skills. And of course, our UAGC, the University of Arizona Global Campus, and Arizona Online are critical partners there. So, I just love that picture. Anyway, engaging experiences and lifelong learning, right? I want to conclude with this slide that as Arizona's keystone institution, you heard me say that at my installation, and we're very proud of our being a cultural and intellectual hub for our part of Arizona. From Arizona Arts and Athletics to lifelong learning and public lectures, we invite the community in and expand our impact outward to benefit all Arizonans. There's Arizona Athletics, which welcomes over 1 million Wildcat fans annually. Our athletes give back through mentorship programs, school visits, and volunteer services throughout the region. Arizona Arts reaches over 300,000 attendees through music, theater, visual arts, dance. And our students are supremely talented. If you've not caught one of their programs, please do. It's just amazing. And they go on to professional careers that inspire millions around the world. I guess I'll just sneak in the information that we actually just hired a new dean for our art schools, but more on that later. AZPM, listen to it while I exercise. I don't know how you listen to it, but it delivers trusted, independent journalism and cultural programming to over 360,000 households, 22 museums and attractions. You know, this is science, it's history, it's cultural learning. And our OSHA, or Lifelong Learning Institute, what's called OLLI, provides older Arizonans, I don't know if that's the right term, but people over 50, young Arizonans, for enriching learning experiences and campus lecture. Our campus lecture series draws thousands for our public talks, seminars, and more. So that, I guess, concludes the 3 imperatives I've talked about. I've only covered this briefly. Chair Mata, I'm happy to have any questions before we move on to John for the finance and operations piece of it. Are there any questions about this or anything that people didn't get to?
No.
If we're good, let's move on to John next.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back with you this afternoon. I'm John Arnold. I've been with the university about 1.5 years now, and I miss you all very, very much, but I love being at the University of Arizona. Before we get into the boring part of the presentation, just one quick story. A few months ago, I was working late in my office, and Desiree texted me, and she says, hey, University's playing BYU tonight in volleyball. and she knows I went to BYU, and so I thought, oh, nice, I'll run over and catch the volleyball game. As I walked towards McKell, I had that thought, you know, what's it gonna feel like watching, you know, who I am now play who I was my whole life. And tell you that the struggle took less than a second. I wanted the Wildcats to win so bad, and we did. So bear down and let's go. So you saw this slide a little bit earlier today. This is a picture of university revenues. The president mentioned grants and contracts, and Tomas went deep into that. That really looks at our research portfolio along with some additional work we do. Student revenues, net tuition and fees is our second biggest revenue generator for campus, and then state appropriation is third. UAGC and then auxiliaries. Auxiliaries are our, you know, those little independent enterprises. Athletics is inside auxiliaries. It's a little less than half of that 232 number. Other revenues, and you can see down from there. We really budget the university in three large pots. Local funds, which is the auxiliaries, UAGC sits in local funds, some other sales and services that happen inside of the colleges. Restricted dollars, which are those contracted dollars where we enter a contract to perform something, those dollars have to be used for that contract. Those two pieces of the pie generally operate on a break-even basis. When we talk about deficits and you know, allocation of dollars across campus and budget models, that really looks at that allocated piece of the pie. Funds flow into these three pots really by use, not necessarily by source. So for example, most appropriated dollars come into allocated, but some of them are restricted. Most student revenues come into allocated, but some of those flow into local funds, some are restricted depending on use. So looking more closely at allocated revenues, net tuition and fees is by far the biggest piece of that, 56%. State appropriation is the next biggest, almost 30% of those allocated funds. And you can see how important state revenues are to the university because those are those general operating dollars. And so sometimes we talk about it, it's only 13% of our total revenues, but of our allocated revenues, that general operating fund, it's almost 30%, which is critical to us. F&A cost recovery, which Tomas talked about earlier, those dollars attached to research contracts. An admin service charge, this is, we charge the auxiliaries for services that the university provides for them, utilities, overhead, that kind of thing. And then we generate some investment income. So just want to talk a little bit as we look at those allocated revenues, how do we dispense them around campus? What budget models should we be using to dispense them around campus? Pre-2016, the university used a centralized cost-based budget model. In 2016, the university moved to an activity-based model, sometimes known as a performance model. A couple of years, you've heard about it as RCM. A couple of years ago, we adjusted RCM and put some cost-based elements into it, and that's known as a hybrid model. And various universities use various models. When we had the financial issues a couple of years ago, a year ago, we flipped the university back to a very centralized cost-based model. But even in a centralized model, I don't want to give you the impression that that's not highly collaborative. That's not me sitting in my office with my green hat dishing out dollars all over campus. There's hundreds of voices that come into that discussion. In 2026, we're continuing in that cost-based model, but we are reintroducing some activity-based elements into that, largely around research. So we'll set minimum targets, and if they exceed those targets, those dollars will automatically flow out to those units. We've learned a lot of lessons about budgeting over the, as we've gone through these different models. Number one, the model cannot be a substitute for a decision maker. You cannot delegate how to operate the university to an algorithm. We still need that human leadership and intervention. Whatever model you're in, you have to require clear and consistent internal financial reporting. And that is both from the local unit that's spending the dollars back to the central office, and from central down to those local units, so that every decision maker, and there's thousands of decision makers across campus, understand the impacts of those decisions. Faculty governance and unit leadership participation and training are fundamental. We need budget models that are transparent and clear, that create expectations that people can rely on. And so everyone needs to understand how the model works, what model we're in, and how they participate in that model. And then clear understanding of the inherent incentives, and then managing those incentives. Every model you're in is going to create incentives for behavior. Understanding what those are and then managing for that is a critical piece of all of this. So as mentioned, we've been in a centralized cost-based model. This last year, one of the at-risk goals the president has is to look at that model. Richard Cate is leading a group that's looking at various things. They've been meeting. They've established a number of principles that a model should be based on. They're continuing that work over the summer, and we will finish that this fall and use an updated model for fiscal 27 budget. So as we look at the actual budget, so this is again just allocated funds. Total university budget is about $3 billion, as we talked about. And this is fiscal 25, so wanted to start there as a baseline. About 1.2, well, I'll just say 1,267 million in allocated funds. Now those local dollars generated, were actually a profit center for us. They generated about $13 million, so we were able to allocate that too. So our total available funds for allocation was $1,281,000,000. We allocated $1,346,000,000, and thus the deficit. So you see that $65 million deficit. We did that on purpose. We knew we were going to operate with a deficit in fiscal 25. Remember, we were coming down from a $177 million deficit, brought it down to $65 million, and we're closing that out for fiscal 26. So despite starting with a deficit, we knew we needed to make investments in fiscal 26 to continue to advance the university forward. So number one, no tuition increases for Arizona residents. That was a key priority for the president. We implemented a salary increase for faculty and staff. We continued with our normal faculty promotions, and we were able to fund those with new money out to the colleges. Athletics revenue share is a new item this year, and our goal was to be able to fund that out of athletics revenues. And we have a plan to do that over a couple of years. We're still working through exactly what the university's support towards revenue share will be. But Desiree's done a great job, and she'll talk about this more at length, resetting the athletics budget and business structure, and they're able to swallow most of that issue. And then we're investing in some additional marketing for enrollment purposes, specifically tied to enrollment. We did have to close out that deficit, though, and so we established a budget framework which aligned with the strategic priorities. It focuses on student success, research excellence, and community engagement. So you can see where we took the biggest changes are in administration and university support units. And even in that student support line, that is really reductions out of the provost's office, where we're doing some administrative reductions. The 7.5 is a preliminary number. We actually think we're going to do more than that, and we're doing that through reorganizing major sections of our administrative structure to reduce that footprint. Challenges. You heard lots of challenges earlier today, so I won't spend time going over those again. Still waiting for a state budget to happen, and then Chris talked about the enrollment challenges we're facing, and still working on that through the summer and get those final numbers in. But we feel pretty good about where we're at today, and as stated, we will operate in fiscal 26 with a balanced budget. So thank you. With that, I think Desiree, you're going to talk a little bit about athletics.
Yes, thank you, John. And you know, even though I don't always love what he has to tell me, because he tells me no a lot more often than I would like, but one thing I always can count on with John is his incredible partnership and his incredible honesty and integrity. So thank you very much for your partnership. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit. We're going to show you a scorecard. We're going to talk about the national landscape. But I thought before we do that, you know, our North Star, to quote the president, is our students. And student success is part of our strategic imperatives. And I wanted you to hear from just some of our amazing student athletes. And with me to my right, I have Emma Strom. And Emma is our co-president of the Student Athlete Advisory Council. She was integral in our strategic planning process. She also represents the University of Arizona to the Big 12. And so she's going to give us a few words. And then to her right is we have our starting quarterback, Noah Fafita. And Noah Fafita, when we were thinking about student athletes to represent and to come talk to you, candidly, it's not often that you're going to have the starting quarterback of a Big 12 football team here at a Board of Regents meeting. But it tells you what, A, how important you all are. Let me just be very, very clear. And how much we appreciate the president. But also one thing you will find about Noah is when I think of a humble servant leader, I think of Noah Fafita. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emma first.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Emma Marie Strom, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. And this time of year in Omaha, it's not just cornfields. It's all about the Men's College World Series. And you better believe I'm going to try and catch my flight right after this to cheer on our baseball team. So huge shout out to them as they play for a national championship this week. But I'll be entering my senior year on the gymnastics team here at the University of Arizona. I served as co-president of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee last year and will represent Arizona as a Big 12 lift representative. And on behalf of myself and all student athletes at Arizona, I want to express my gratitude to the Board of Regents, Desiree Reed-Francois, and Arizona Athletics for their leadership and vision, both now and for the future of our department. It was an honor to be invited to help shape our strategic plan, the Bear Down Blueprint. We are fortunate to have the support of so many devoted individuals who champion all 504 of our student athletes and continued success. Incorporating student athlete input was a powerful reminder that our experiences and insights are essential for shaping the future of our department. Providing everyone the opportunity to share their perspective helps shape a well-informed strategic path forward. Involvement in college athletics often comes with a natural drive to compete and succeed. The Bear Down Blueprint sets a new direction for what it means to be a student athlete at Arizona, uniting that drive to grow and compete under one Arizona. We strive to perform at the highest level, constantly challenging ourselves to grow and improve. And we don't want to just participate. We want to excel against the best. That drive also means being bold and innovative in how we pursue excellence. And just as important, it means developing as individuals through the experiences and challenges of college athletics. While we're proud of the progress we've made over the past year, our work is far from over. Our shared strategic vision gives us every reason to believe the future isn't just bright, it's ours to shape. Thank you all so much for your time and continued support, and through the Bear Down Blueprint and the power of one Arizona, we're building something truly special, and I'm honored to call it my university. Bear down and go Cats.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
I was hoping to go before Emma because she's obviously a much very professional, but I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to be here. Thank you, Dr. Desiree, for this opportunity. A lot of people in this room that are much more important than me, so I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak, but I just want to thank you guys for all your guys' support, all you guys do, everything that we do on behalf of Arizona football and Arizona athletics. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. You guys allow us, through your leadership and through your guidance, to live out our childhood dreams of playing the sport that we love at the highest level. So first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for that. Thank the Board of Regents. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Huntington Beach, California, and I was raised with 3 core values, which is faith, family, and of course, football. So in our family and in our culture, love and loyalty is incredibly important. And whether that's my blood family back in California or the family that we've built here in Arizona, the love that we've created, the support, the genuine happiness and the support that we have across all of athletics is incredibly special. And I don't think it's like that in a lot of places. So we give Dr. Desiree a lot of credit for creating that culture, such as Emma flying out after this meeting to go to support our baseball team. So just the love that we've had from the city of Tucson. I remember when I was being recruited to come to Arizona, everybody talked about Tucson being a college town that loved collegiate sports because there's no professional teams nearby. And I'm confident to say that me and my family have felt that unconditional love ever since I've been here. And obviously, Tucson has become a second home for me, this being my 4th year here. And that's why our motto going into this season is Own the Night. And we have 7 home games to be able to do just that. So we're very excited to follow Coach Brennan and the coaching staff and the roster that he's built. We have full belief in him, the roster he's built, the culture that he's built. And the big elephant in the room is that last year didn't go how we wanted it to. And we had very high expectations as a football team. And as a quarterback, I take full responsibility of that. But we're excited to just follow our fearless leader and Coach Brennan into whatever the future holds. So we're excited. Once again, thank you guys for this opportunity. God bless, and bear down.
All right, go ahead.
Well, this year was about building.
2 minutes left.
I'm sorry? 2 seconds left, 2 minutes? All right, I'll talk really fast. This year was about building a foundation. And I wanted to show you, we keep track of everything. We are big metrics in our department. We're big on metrics in our department. And we have a scorecard. Not only do our teams have a scorecard, but all of our administrative units do. And so I'm very proud. You see wins and loss records, but you don't always see the behind the scenes. And we're really proud of our record-breaking GPA. It's the highest in the history of Arizona athletics. We had 10 teams score a perfect 1,000. And last year at this time, this was my first meeting last year. I think I'd been with you all for about 2 months. And over in NAU, and we talked about the budget and where it was. And we were at about a $34 million budget deficit. And I presented to you a 5-point plan. We enacted that, we executed on that 5-point plan, and we're proud of the fact that this year we reduced the deficit significantly. And this year, in fiscal year 25, we'll end with a $5 million deficit. I know it's not balanced, but we're making great progress. In fiscal year 26, we expect to balance, and that's with the House settlement. Now, competitively, I love talking about this. Competitively, 40% of our teams are ranked in the top 25, and that is not including baseball yet. So like Emma, I'm also going to be flying out as soon as I can. I mean, I'm not trying to go fast or anything like that. But I will be leaving after this to go out to Omaha to watch our young men compete. And we were talking about our closer in Pluta. And what you may know, is Dean Hahn still here? He left. But he is in Dean Hahn's College of Engineering. He's an aerospace engineer and has a 3.91 GPA. So how about that? And he's going to go win us the College World Series. But, and actually, just an aside, when we talk about branding, 23.4 million people watched the College World Series last year. We did an analysis on the value of Our baseball teams win in the regional and the win in the super regional, and it's $43.5 million in marketing dollars. So the power of athletics, we are that wonderful front porch. And when done well, we open up the incredible research that's being done on our campus. 60% of incoming freshmen choose the University of Arizona because of athletics, or that factors into their decision. So we're really proud of our incredible student athletes that you've heard from today. But I also just wanted to give a shout out. Our triathlon team won a national championship this year. Men's basketball had a Sweet 16 appearance, as did gymnastics, their first ever in their history, as did men's tennis. And then baseball is, like I said, still going. Men's tennis won our second Big 12 championship. Women's golf won our Big 12 championship. And as you know, baseball did as well. We also this year made a very concerted effort, like the strategic priorities that the president has in our university strategic plan, getting out in the community is a high priority for us. We did a 22-stop caravan, which featured several of our student athletes came with us. We went throughout the state, from Sahuarita to Yuma, Phoenix, Glendale, Tucson. We did community service events. We also did a Southern California stop and a Northern California stop as well, because we want to create connection with our community. We're also very proud that we signed the largest Nike contract in the history of Arizona athletics. It's the largest in the Big 12, and that's going to be a cost saver as well. This year, we saw the highest number of students attend Arizona athletic events in the history of Arizona athletics. And we're also proud of the fact that we lead the Big 12 in social media engagement. Now, there are challenges. We all know this. But you know, as I was thinking about this moment, I was thinking about the history of college sports. You know, there were 4 seminal moments in the history of college sports until now. The first one, and I would argue, the first one was obviously in 1906, when the NCAA was formed by President Teddy Roosevelt. The second one, I would say, would be in the 1940s, when the GI Bill was passed into law, and then you saw this massive expansion of participation and inclusion in sports. And then take you to 1972, when Title IX was passed into law. And then which expanded. I wouldn't be here. Emma would probably not be here either. I stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, and then 1984 came. In 1984, it was the Supreme Court decision and the NCAA versus the Board of Regents. And that was it was an opportunity for television to be able to be deregulated. And now conferences could go and get their TV deals. And that's where we saw this massive influx of television and the massive growth of the popularity of college sports. And that takes us to Friday, June 6th. That was the day that Judge Wilkins ratified the House settlement. It's a moment that's up there with those 4 seminal moments. And so we have been preparing for this moment for months, arguably for years. And while opportunities to provide for our student athletes are welcome, they are critical. The lack of structure we had until June 6th was arguably, well, it wasn't arguable, it was just chaotic. And now we are hopeful that we have a path forward. We have hope. We have one $20.5 million cap that's applicable for every institution, and that's our pathway forward. While a lot of how we approach our enterprise has and will continue to change, what won't change is the responsibility we have to these young people, to educate them and to give them opportunities to compete. So, in response to the changing and dynamic landscape, like Emma mentioned, we created the Bear Down Blueprint. This is our roadmap, and I should also give a strong, is Karthik still here? Our deans, I don't know where they go. I'm just kidding. But the Eller College of Management, I'm truly thankful for them. They were our guides as we developed our strategic plan, our roadmap, if you will. And now we are very proud of this strategic roadmap. We have 4 pillars, which are in alignment with the university's pillars: graduating leaders, winning championships, galvanizing our community, and having organizational strength.
so that we can achieve all of our expectations. And we have strong KPIs throughout. And together, these pillars provide a flexible, accountable roadmap to elevate Arizona athletics on the field, in the classroom, and across the state. Like Emma said, we're not standing still, we're building for the future. In closing, this year was about laying a foundation, and we're proud with what we've built, but we have a lot of work to do. The Bear Down Blueprint gives us focus, our people give us strength, and our mission gives us clarity. With your continued support, we will move boldly forward together with integrity, determination, innovation, and belief in what Arizona athletics can accomplish for our student athletes, our university, and our state. Thank you, and bear down. Oh, and now I will turn it over to my wonderful colleague and teammate, JP.
Thank you, Desiree, and thank you, Emma and Noah. You're amazing young individuals representing this great university. So today I want to talk a little bit about our fundraising and where we are, where we're going, and I think we have some good news to report, but we also have we had some challenges, and I think we're getting over them. So we launched our largest campaign in university history in November of 2023. It was an amazing opportunity to celebrate our faculty, our research, and everything that was positive at the University of Arizona. That day, we announced we had 3 landmark gifts during that period. And I could talk about a lot of gifts, but these 3 transformed 3 colleges. Jim Wyatt naming the Wyatt College of Optical Sciences. The Frankie family naming our honors college. And then Ken Coit naming our College of Pharmacy. These supported students, faculty, research, and it made the place better, and it's transforming them. And you can see in our celebration, we had our biggest donors. Everyone was there celebrating, having a really good time, just celebrating the University of Arizona. We announced $118 million in new gifts across the campus that day. And you can see some of our most amazing alums and students were there, being able to talk about the impact of philanthropy and what it means to this institution. It was homecoming weekend. We played UCLA that day. We beat them handily. Unfortunately, the next Monday, the bad news hit regarding the university's financial difficulties. And many conversations we were having with donors at that time changed dramatically. They were asking questions: why, what happened, should I still continue to support the university? It was a body blow in some ways for the fundraising program, especially coming so quickly after that launch of that campaign. I bring this gift up and showing this is because this is one of the donors who was asking questions and wondering why I should support the university. And the good news is, when you made the announcement of hiring our new president, Suresh Garamella, it started to ease the conversations. October came, new leadership put us in a place to start moving forward. And then come this past December, we started to see significant gifts. And this is one gift that came in, and I was there with David Hahn having a conversation with this individual donor, and they finally felt good we were moving in the right direction. And since December, we've had about $32 million plus gifts. So the tide has changed, and I think we're in a really good place. So in terms of the campaign, as of today, as of June 5th, we're at $2.549 billion. Obviously, you heard some great news about a $20 million gift today, so that will add to the total. But what does this number mean? I think it's important that we can dig into these dollars and see where they're going, where our alumni are supporting this great institution. So you can see the life of the campaign. We've had over $407 million plus gifts. In terms of bequests, we have $740 new bequests during the life of this campaign, which totals about $362 million. You can see that we've raised over $109 million in scholarships, and we've had over 100 endowed positions, and totaling the $472 million for faculty positions, research positions. So people are making those investments. It's making a difference on this campus. If you look, which is interesting, and we think about the strategic imperatives and we're delivering on promises, our university alumni and donors, they understand the value of research. They know how important it is for this institution and what it does for our faculty, but a lot of our students. They're in the labs, they're working, and our donors and alumni have stepped up and have given over $585 million in research funding across this campus in various forms. The $332 million in student support, that includes the $109 million in scholarships. So they're investing, and I think that's good for the future as we start to think about closing out this campaign and basing it on the strategic imperatives and the important areas that President Garamella has outlined as areas of priorities for this institution. We've had over 122,000 donors, and that just says that people have raised their hand and they're continuing to give. And as I said before, since December, we've seen an uptick in the number of donors. So we're proud of that. We're feeling good, but we need to double that number. Suresh tells me every day we need to raise more money, we need to raise more money, and we need to do that. So, but we're in good shape now, and I'm really, really feeling good about the future. We talk about some of, you look at the money and look where it's come in. Now you can see FY24, the last 6 months of that year, we saw a significant drop in donations, and the first 6 months of this year, it took a while to come back. I would have added the $20 million today if we knew we were going to put that number out there. And the other good news, about 5 minutes ago, I got a text about another $2 million gift. So that's, you got to feel good that we're getting back to where we need to be. And this doesn't happen because of me or just President Garamella. There's a team of 240 people, our deans, our directors, our athletic director, their team. They're out there talking to people, letting them know why it's important to continue to invest in the University of Arizona. If you look here, one of our challenges, we have a small endowment. We're about $1.4 billion. You can see this is cash in the door. These are not commitments. This is what comes in every year, and you can see we've had some ups and downs. But what's really dramatic is if you look here, look back at the last 15 years or so, 10 years, from 2011 to 2017, we only averaged about $25 million in gifts to the endowment. Most of that money was coming in restricted, unrestricted, it was a treadmill. You had to go out and raise those dollars every day. Last 7 years, you've seen an uptick. Leadership talked about the importance of the endowment. We've seen that number raised to about $67 million. I think with Suresh, we're in really good shape, that he really has emphasized the importance of the endowment and getting a higher percentage of those gifts going to the endowment. One good thing, throughout right now at the foundation, we have $567 million in planned gifts. These are documented gifts that are going to come to the university. These include gifts prior to Fuel Wonder campaign. $428 million is earmarked for the endowment. We expect the majority of these gifts to come in around between now and 2040. We only count planned gifts if you're 65 or older, but I will say one thing, if you make a planned gift to the University of Arizona, your life expectancy will go up about 10 years. It's guaranteed. People just seem to live longer when they make that estate gift. I shouldn't say that, but it's true. So just, we talk about some of the challenges. And one of the challenges we've had some difficulties with finances. We had to make some difficult decisions. But when you look at some of the institutions, this is information from 21 to 23, fiscal year 23. And you can see the institutions raising that $550 or more, $540 million or more. You can look at the budget and you can look at the full-time equivalents. And then you look at another subset of groups, Indiana, Minnesota, $52.7 million, 333 FTEs. University of Arizona, we have a smaller budget, we have less FTEs. I think we're punching above our weight, but more boots on the ground, more people out engaging alumni, I think would be helpful. And I think over time, we're going to be able to start to build up those staffing and get more folks out on the road. One of the things that we really need to think about is as we move forward, yes, we started this campaign under a previous administration, but we're really starting to think about how we pivot, finish out this campaign, and start to think about the next priorities. And some of the things that we need to do, and as we've centralized our development program, giving us more flexibility to move resources, be able to address areas that are priorities, and also be able to really focus on the areas that have the greatest ROI. But we know it's going to take leadership from the foundation. It's going to need all our deans and directors really pulling the rope in the same direction. Now that we're going to have more centralized priorities, we have a meeting with Banner in 2 weeks to really start to try to build a Grateful fundraising program. We haven't had Grateful Patient fundraising program. We haven't had that in the past. I know how important it is for Desiree and athletics fundraising, and a great partner, and we're going to build those numbers as well. And then alumni, yeah, that's awesome. And alumni relations in terms of the Wildcat for Life, making sure that they know they are connected to this institution beyond graduation. These are areas that we need to continue to build, work on, but these are going to be areas that we're going to work on and continue to see greater success going forward. And then I leave this is the last slide, and it's a little busy, but one of the things that we've invested money in the last few years is technology and really understanding our data. And with a centralized team, we can now put resources where we're going to have the most ROI. We've actually started an avatar. We have a AI-generated fundraiser who's been given a pool of about 10,000 donors, and these are lapsed donors who hadn't given in the last couple of years, and it's already paid for itself. And I can imagine as we move forward, we're going to see more and more technology and being able to go out and try to engage as many people as possible. So we are doing all of that, so we are in a better position going forward. We're going to be able to support this president, support these initiatives, and I do believe as we close out this campaign, we'll be in position to be able to take the next leap and be in that group that's raising the $500, $600 million a year. But our alumni, our donors, they love this institution, they care about this institution, and there's no doubt the best days are ahead of us for fundraising at the University of Arizona. So I would just say thank you, and thank you for all being here.
So I just want to speak out the thanks, I guess, and then if there's a few minutes, if you'd like. I think we've been on time. The allotted time is what we used. But Regents, all of you, please accept our thanks. Your attention, your insights, your engagement is extremely valuable to us. We look forward to updating you on our work. Several of us are new at our roles, even John. He's only been here a year and a half. So a lot going on. The strategic imperatives need to be implemented. If you'll allow me, I would just like to ask the deans in the audience to please stand, because they are the ones that keep our colleges going. Please stand. And thank you. Thank you. We had a lot more this earlier, but I understand they're going and raising money or something. So I want to assure you that the future of the University of Arizona is bright. With students like this, how can it not be? I want to thank our dedicated faculty and staff who come to work every day, dedicated to our mission and focused on the North Star of student success. We would not be the university we are without your leadership. And David, you should feel good as you exit here, the board. Thank you especially to ABOR, but David Zaragoza for your service, and welcome Felipe Castro. We look forward to your service here. Again, I turn it back to you, Chair Mata. If you have more questions, our team is happy to answer them, or we're happy to end. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank President Garimella and his leadership because we see a different university today. You know, we came from last year very stressed in the operations. We moved John Arnold from our office, and now he's part of U of A. And of course, he missed us, but he's really enjoying Tucson. The Board of Regents, you know, have I would say that it was very, very the expectation from hiring you to bring the new leadership, and not only that, for the results. And I know this is ongoing, and it's not been very easy. I know there have been some pain, and every time we make changes, you know, it's always the status quo that is changing. I call it that way. And we will continue, you know, working with you. I hope to see every step with great result. Even though with the landscape that we have with the federal government, we still have to make it happen. We still need to make sure that we stay together, because this is not something that we can control, but how we can do it, you know, internally and locally. That's where, you know, your leadership will make it happen. So I don't know if any other regions want to have any comments. Yeah, region.
The Omaha contingent really wants to get to the airport.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Well done, yeah. So one more thing. So I need to make a change, and we would like to make a correction in our motion for the consent agenda to include items 10 to 12. They were inadvertently left off the motion, but they are listed on the consent agenda. So does anyone have any conflict to declare on items 10 to 24 on the consent agenda? I move to approve consent agenda items 10 to 24 are listed on the consent agenda. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. Now the next item that we have, President Garimella, do you have anything to say? Okay. Since we have, you know, they're on the way to the airport, so we can continue with our next item. The board is scheduled to meet in executive session at room 140 for a review of assignments with President Garimella. Before we recess, we have a few announcements. For those attending tonight's reception, it will be at the Catalyst Studios main library beginning at 5 p.m. Friday's research breakfast with Regents is scheduled at 8 a.m. in room 520 in this building. And following the breakfast, the board is scheduled to reconvene in executive session at 9 a.m. at room 140 in this building for a review of assignments with the EEC, President Garimella, and Executive Director Chad Sampson. Regent Goodyear, I understand you have anything, you know, some few words to say, or do we?
Just one thing. So this is your last running of a public meeting. You are remaining on the board, but handing over the gavel. And so I just wanted to say, on behalf of all of the regents, how grateful we are for all that you've done. Your work ethic is exceptional. You have put more hours into a volunteer job than anyone that I have ever seen in my life. Your passion for higher education in Arizona is really something to behold. You've treated all of the presidents and the board members with a great deal of kindness and respect. You took over at a time of difficulty, and the 15 months that you've been the chair have been pretty consequential ones. I mean, look at all the things that have happened nationally as well as locally, and all of these challenges, you know, came up, and it happened to be on your watch. You got to have the gavel while all this was happening, and yet you were steady through it all, and you've been an exceptional leader for us. And we are very, very grateful for the time and energy that you've put into this. You're not going anywhere. I mean, we still got 3.5 years of Cecilia in front of us. But I wanted to give you this picture of us. Because that's about the best gift that you could get. So compared to what President Crow and President Garamella and Cruz Rivera gave to David, you won the lottery, David. But of course, he's leaving. You're not going anywhere. So in appreciation for your service, please take that picture and know that we are very grateful for all you've done over the last 15 months.
Thank you so much. So I will be passing the baton to the incoming chair by July 1st. And I want to thank you, everyone. It has been an amazing roller coaster. And I continue to serve on the Board of Regents for the next 3.5 years. So I feel like, right now I feel like I have 10 years, already in, because it was intense. But this is my passion for higher education, and regardless of what happened. So thank you so much. Let's move on to the next item. Yeah, thank you. So are we moving to the room? Thank you. Yeah. We're going to move to the executive session. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you.